할게요. 조금 이렇게 오버돼요. 잠깐 하면 안녕하세요. 오늘
Hello.
여성폭력 방지 국제 심포지엄 진행을 맡은
I am Yoon Sun-young, Head of Education and Development at Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea. I will be serving as the MC for today's International Symposium.
바쁘신 중에도
Thank you for joining us for the International Symposium on prevention of violence against women, both here at the venue and online.
본 행사는 동시 통역이
We
진행되고
are providing
있습니다.
simultaneous interpretation.
2022년 여성폭력 방지
Our
국제 심포지엄의
theme
주제는
of the International Symposium is requirements for prevention and for the protection and support of victims. We will take a look at what international organizations and other countries are doing in terms of legislation, policy making, and creating systems for prevention of violence against women, as well as how they are strategically educating and changing mindsets. We hope to utilize our discussions today to inform our policy development for prevention, survivor protection, and support. Our symposium is being held with minimum number of participants in the venue as a way of preventing the spread of COVID-19. And this is being broadcast live through Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea's YouTube channel. Through this symposium, we hope to draw broader attention to violence against women and to build an awareness that connects countries around the world. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sook, Chairperson of the Institute, to deliver a welcoming speech. Please welcome Sook with a warm round of applause. Nice to meet you all. As was introduced, I am Ki-Sook Lee, the chairperson of the Board of Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of the participants who are present today at the venue, as well as viewers online, for taking time out of your busy schedules for the 2022 International Symposium on Prevention of Violence Against Women. The 2022 International Symposium on Prevention of Violence Against Women is held under the title Requirements for the Prevention of Violence Against Women and the Protection and Support of Victims. In the first session, we will examine laws, policies, and systems that are designed to address violence against women. And the second session will focus on educational programs and public awareness strategies. Our aim is to take stock of what efforts are being made by international organizations and jurisdictions around the world to help us formulate our strategies in Korea to effectively deal with violence against women. So this is the biggest goal for this symposium. I realize that the topics will be quite challenging, so I am very thankful to the presenters and the discussants who will be dealing with such difficult topics. I would also like to thank the moderators, such as Professor Hye Young-won and Professor Hae-rim Cho, who will be moderating the sessions 1 and 2. Thank you very much for what you will be doing for today's symposium. I hope Today's symposium fosters constructive dialogue among practitioners, researchers, policymakers, but also the general public on how we can prevent violence against women and achieve gender equality. So I once again appreciate everyone for participating in this international symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Ki-Suk Lee. Next, we will listen to the Director General of Women's and Youth Rights Promotion Bureau at the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, Director General Choi. Good afternoon. I am Choi, Director General of Women's Youth Rights Promotion Bureau at the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. I sincerely congratulate the opening of the International Symposium. It is very meaningful for me to attend the symposium where we can learn valuable insights from experts and scholars under the theme Requirements for the Prevention of Violence Against Women and Protection and Support of Victims. I also extend my gratitude to the host, President Ki-Suk Lee, and all at the WHRI of Korea, and Yoon Sun-young at WHRI, and presenters from Canada, Sweden, and UN Women, as well as participants representing the National Assembly, government-funded research institutes, and universities, and field activists are very welcome indeed as well. Eradicating violence against women is a very important goal, and the international community is paying much attention, but in terms of institution development, there is lacking, and there are new types of digital exploitation and other types of damage of violence, and it tends to expand, and therefore it is very timely that this symposium touches upon requirements for protection of victims and requirements for the prevention of violence. The Korean government unveiled its national vision, a national of people prospering together, and adopted the national agenda, including making our society safe from crime and creating a system to support the protection of crime victims to eradicate violence against women. Notably, the national agenda includes stronger protection and support for the victims of 5 major types of crime, such as power-related sexual crime, digital sexual crime, domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking. To this end, the government plans to strengthen the one-stop service for 5 types of violence, from report to recovery of damage, through Korea Women Hotline 1366. Also centering around the Institute, we will reinforce expertise of organizations supporting victims of violence against women. Many Koreans are anxious due to a series of recent brutal murders by stalkers. The government revised the Act on Punishment of Stalking Crimes enacted last year to exclude stalking from crimes not prosecuted over the objection of the victim, and strengthen the effectiveness of the punishment. And also it plans to support victims with a special program by enacting Act for protecting stalking victims as soon as possible. On top of this, ministry will enhance cooperation with other ministries to prevent various types of violence against women, such as sexual violence, domestic violence, and sex trafficking, while working together with relevant agencies. I would like to extend my appreciation to the staff members of the Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea for organizing this symposium, and also the presenters and discussants and the moderators for each session. I wish that this symposium provides an opportunity to share the system for prevention of violence against women and protection of victims in the international society. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director General. Now, we will take some minutes to rearrange the stage, and we will have the moderators introduce the presenters and discussants who will speak first during the sessions. So we will be seeing you in 10 minutes. Thank you. We'd like to take a group photo. Can I ask the participants to please join us on stage to take a group photo?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the first session of the International Symposium. The theme of this session is Requirements for Protection of Victims, Laws, Policies, and Systems. I will hand over the microphone to Professor Hae-wook Won, who will serve as the moderator.
네. 안녕하십니까.
Hello.
여성 폭력 방지
I am Hae-wook Won, and I will be serving as the moderator of the first session of this symposium. And I'm currently a professor at Inha University Law School. It is nice to meet you all, and I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful invitation. Now, without further ado, we will begin the first session of the International Symposium on the Prevention of Violence Against Women. The topic of this session, as was mentioned just before, is Requirements for Protection of Victims, Laws, Policies, and Systems. I think I was asked to moderate this session because I am a law school professor. So we have two presentations, and the second presenter is actually on site here with us. And we will first hear from the first presenter, and then we will also hear from the second presenter, who is from Canada. And so those of you who are here and also joining us online, think about what questions you might want to ask the two presenters as you listen to their presentations. We have 90 minutes for this session, and the presentation will be 25 to 30 minutes will be given for the presentations, and then we will maybe give about 15 minutes each for the two discussants. Now, the first presentation will be on the topic of what UN Women is doing to prevent and end violence against women. The speaker is Melissa Alvarado, who is the Ending Violence Against Women Program Manager of UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. So may I ask Ms. Alvarado to begin her presentation?
Greetings, everyone. It is such a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. I share warm greetings from UN Women's Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, based in Bangkok. And I share our sincere appreciation to Ms. Lee, Ms. Choi, and all of the distinguished organizers, panelists, and participants joining this event today. I'm going to share updated evidence, practice, and directions for the field of ending violence against women and girls in my remarks today, with a focus on why prevention of violence is gaining momentum as a leading strategy that more countries are adopting and advancing. So I really hope that we will all come away from this session with a sense of what's leading edge and where's the field going in this regard. So I understand that someone will be assisting to advance the slide, so I'm going to ask for the next slide, please. I want to start by acknowledging that the violence against women and girls has reached a devastating scale around the globe. Whether we live in a wealthy or a developing country, violence is far too often part of the lives of women and girls in every country. And from intimate partner violence to sexual harassment, online violence and exploitation, including stalking and murder, as we've heard today already, these are all forms of abuse that are deeply harmful, not only to women and girls, but really to everyone. And violence tends to replicate across generations. So we're really stepping back to examine what is the future we want and how can we arrive at a future that is safe for all of us and that is without violence for all of us. We know that violence against women holds back entire families, communities, and societies, and is also holding back our collective progress in achieving peaceful, safe societies and the Global Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. In this slide, I'm sharing some data. Many of you are familiar with this global data on violence against women. For example, the statistic that almost 1 in 3 women have been subjected to intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both at least once in their lifetime. And I hope that this is a figure that we never feel comfortable with. We never get accustomed to this statistic, and this statistic we need to be very focused on changing. And what that statistic represents is an estimated 736 million women who've experienced violence in their lifetime. That is a staggering number. Most of this violence is intimate partner violence. We see that around 33% of partnered women will experience physical or sexual violence at least once in their lifetime, that 1 in 3 statistic I shared. And we see from our research that 17% of women experience violence in the past 12 months whenever we conduct these studies. That's our most recent figure. So it's still quite a high number in terms of recent experiences of violence. We also know that violence, unfortunately, is dramatically underreported. Most women tell no one that they are experiencing violence in their life, whether it's in their home or in their relationship or in their workplace or wherever they experience it. And this is something that has really drawn the attention of governments, advocates, policymakers, because we realize that we're not reaching most women who are experiencing violence. And we have to rethink our strategies about a comprehensive approach and how do we reach all the people that need to be reached that are suffering from violence. We know that we have to continually invest in better services. However, we also need to be looking more at prevention. So in terms of violence in this region, I want to highlight that rates of violence against women in the Asia Pacific region are very high. 33 to 55% of women have suffered violence against women. And in some countries, we have some of the highest rates of violence against women in the world. There are countries in this region that have a prevalence rate of 68%, which is, again, a staggering and shocking number. We also want to call attention to femicide, or the gender-related killing of women, which demands our attention. 47% of murders of women are committed by an intimate partner or a family member, which is quite different than the experiences of men who are murdered. 6% of men who are murdered by someone in their family or an intimate partner. And we also understand that Asia has some of the largest number of women and girls killed according to through femicide worldwide, and 20,000 women were killed by intimate partners or family members in Asia in 2017 alone. And this needs far more attention to investigations, prevention, evidence around femicide. And I appreciate that some of the earlier speakers acknowledged some of the cases that have emerged in Korea recently, which we are all paying attention to. Next slide, please. We understand that during COVID, there were increased tensions in families. People were afraid for their health, afraid for their safety, afraid for their survival. But unfortunately, this also translated into really surprising rates of increases of violence in some contexts, though for many of us who work on violence against women on a day-to-day basis, we were not that surprised to see that these social and economic tensions were linked with rising cases of violence. And in our conversations with governments, with policymakers, we have been very steadily on message that violence is something that we need to keep as one of our priorities when we're responding to crises such as COVID. And unfortunately, what we saw happen during COVID was that quite a few resources and services that were originally designed to support violence against women survivors were redirected to respond to COVID. And so sometimes shelters were transformed from a violence against women shelter to a sort of COVID quarantine center. And that service was no longer available to survivors. Helplines were redirected. And really critically, health and policing services changed and women were not able to reach the services that they need. We've heard many accounts of survivors going to a police precinct asking for protection from violence. They felt threatened at home, maybe their life was in danger, and they were told, please come back after COVID. So this is clearly an issue that we really need to keep on our radar and as a top priority issue as we're shaping national agendas and budgets and resources. Next slide, please. I think it would be difficult to talk about violence against women today without speaking about online violence against women and just recognizing how incredibly sharp the increases are in online violence. I think that colleagues there in Korea have unique knowledge about the awful state of online exploitation and violence that happens online because you've done so much in investigative work there. And around the region globally, we're just seeing that access to smartphones, the internet, social media has also transformed into really shocking rates of violence, harassment, abuse that are often not just contained online. They also transform into violence that happens in person and in real life. And this is a phenomenon that we don't only consider it to be an online issue. It's very much connected to a broader continuum and sort of ecosystem of violence and abuse. And the types of online violence are many. It's almost impossible to keep up with all the forms of violence that are happening. But we acknowledge that we can not only focus on women. When we are trying to create safer environments online, we need to be focusing on everyone and creating a respectful environment that also includes respect between men and women and people of all genders. We have seen evidence that documents that online violence against women has clear associations with psychological, social, and even reproductive health impacts, and in many cases, online and offline sexual violence. In Pakistan, we've seen that 40% of female college students faced harassment on the internet during a recent study. And we also recognize by speaking to women and listening to women that violence and abuse online does limit women's right to express themselves freely and without fear. And women are silenced because of their fear and the harassment and abuse they experience online. So this is something that we have a common interest in addressing and addressing it much more creatively and innovatively. Next slide, please. We're aware that the cost of violence is, there are many costs of violence. And first and foremost, violence is really absorbed by women and by the victims and survivors themselves. But of course, this cuts across their entire families and their communities, workplaces. We are all impacted by those who are suffering among us. And we appreciate that the costs of violence affect perpetrators and their families, state institution, non-state institution. There are costs around all of our institutions. And the costs are not only direct costs, such as medical and legal care and refuge for survivors, but indirect costs like opportunity costs where perhaps someone has lost their job or has lost income, or perhaps the opportunity to go to university or advance or get a promotion at work. So all of these things are impacted by violence. There are economic costs to the entire society, in fact, where we've documented that violence impacts GDP, for example. And in the case of Bangladesh, we see that the violence against women has higher costs than the costs of primary education. We also acknowledge that violence, as I mentioned earlier, is really holding us back in our achievement across the SDGs. Violence impedes progress directly related to education, maternal and child health, economic development, and governance. And preventing violence is key to realizing and progressing towards those SDG targets in across the sectors. And it's important to acknowledge here that while violence does cost money, the costs are not only economic, but social. What we are losing is social cohesion and trust, a sense of safety, a sense of freedom to communicate freely, to have our voice shared freely and openly, and to reduce, and we see reductions in participation in community life for those who are experiencing violence or afraid of violence. So I'm going to ask that we move to the next slide, please. Now, in terms of what needs to change, fortunately, we are becoming more and more adept at understanding what are the levers that are driving violence, what are some of the drivers and risk factors related to violence, and how can we re-engineer and change what needs to be changed to see reductions in violence. And so first and foremost, we acknowledge that violence against women is rooted in gender inequality and discrimination. The belief that women and girls are somehow less deserving of resources, of safety, of protection, of opportunity, of visibility and voice. All of these things are directly connected to our experiences of violence. And violence is also, it's a symptom and a cause of gender inequality. And so when we see these various types of gender inequality, whether it's through the media or who's representing us in our political system, we see that there are flow-on effects and excuses that seem to support or minimize the seriousness of violence against women. And violence is deeply rooted in social and gendered norms, attitudes and beliefs about how we operate in families, how we operate in relationships, how we operate in workplaces. So this is something that is not only a family issue, it's not a personal issue, it's an issue that cuts across all of our interactions across society. And when we look at gender roles and norms that condone violence, we have to really pay attention to the influence of all the messages that we receive, whether that's at home, in school, at work, through the media, for example. What are the common storylines about women, violence, power, and sex in the media? We have to question, what are our children seeing? What are our peers and communities seeing in terms of how women are represented? And there's changes that we need to make there. And we have to be a bit brave about opening those conversations and making those transformations. And evidence indicates that transforming gender norms and power relations is one of the most effective ways of tackling violence against women. And so here we find a sense of optimism for the progress that we can achieve together. Next slide, please. Now on this slide, we illustrate here what we understand are some of the causes of violence. I mentioned earlier that we are becoming more informed by evidence through rigorous research about what are the causes of violence. And so we know that there's, as I mentioned just earlier, many messages that we receive, many factors around us. So it's not only what we see in our perhaps immediate family and relationships that informs our own behavior and understanding of what is acceptable, what is normal, what is excusable, what is acceptable behavior, but it's also a broad range of signals we get, whether direct messages or observations we make in our societies. So we see community factors, harmful gender norms that uphold male privilege and limit women's autonomy. The belief that the men need to make all the decisions, they need to be the natural power holders. Perhaps these are social norms that we have to question. High levels of poverty and unemployment, particularly for women, high rates of violence and crime, the availability of drugs, alcohol, and weapons. These are all community factors that inform how we understand violence and whether violence happens in our own lives. And then there's interpersonal factors. If there's a high level of inequality in our relationship, there's a male-controlled relationship and dependence perhaps by the other partner. This is something that informs the acceptability of violence and whether violence happens. Men having multiple sexual relationships, men's use of drug and harmful use of alcohol are all tied with violence. And then societal factors, discriminatory laws on property ownership, marriage, divorce, child custody. These are all matters that inform how violence happens. Low levels of women's employment and education, also the pay gap between men and women in institutions, in organizations, in companies, the absence or lack of enforcement of laws addressing violence against women, how these laws are implemented matters, not just that we have one. Gender discrimination in institutions, for example, in the police, health, and justice institutions. We have to really unpack how women experience those institutions and their treatment in those institutions, because many survivors of violence and women tell us that they feel like these institutions are not friendly to them and don't support them to come forward when something terrible and harmful is happening in their lives. And then finally, it's important to acknowledge the individual factors that are tied to violence. Childhood experiences of violence and exposure to family violence is a clear connection to adulthood, violence in adulthood. Mental disorders and mental health issues, and attitudes condoning or justifying violence as normal and acceptable. And here I think it's important to acknowledge that both men and women receive these messages and absorb these messages that violence is something that is perhaps not that serious or can be excused, or the blame is for the woman for not behaving according to the ways that she's meant to or society tells her to. So when we buy into these social norms, then we are at risk for either being victimized by violence and sometimes by committing violence as well. We're going to go to the next slide, please. Now, fortunately, I mean, that is, those are all a bit distressing to understand and to think about violence and how it happens in our lives and in our communities and in our workplaces. But we are encouraged because we know that we can stop violence before it starts. And we see that historically, programs that were designed to address violence against women have typically really focused on the responses to violence. And this is essential. We're honestly not doing what we need to be doing yet in order to adequately meet the needs of survivors. However, we also acknowledge that preventing violence against women and girls has over time been not well understood, and the field has lacked evidence and guidance for effective prevention programming. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning, that is changing. We acknowledge that we have the evidence now for what we can be doing to prevent violence. And we have examples that have been effective and proven in countries around the world. And we also see that our ideas that maybe we would never see a change in reductions of violence in our lifetime, maybe it would be something that our grandchildren saw. That thinking has changed. We now see that we can reduce rates of violence in specific settings designed to prevent violence. We can see those changes and reductions within programmatic timeframes. So with the right type of approach, with the right type of focus, we can reduce violence in 3 to 5 years. And so this is incredibly exciting for the field. Now you'll notice in the bottom part of the slide here, this illustrates the different types of prevention. Recognizing that primary prevention at the bottom is really stopping violence before it starts. And that means engaging in dialogue. That means engaging with young people and children and youth, really. School-based initiatives have a lot of promise. Engaging with women's economic empowerment. These are all areas where we see good progress as well as evidence. Secondary prevention is related to detecting violence early and preventing violence from continuing, intervening early, providing access to crisis services, for example. And then tertiary is really meeting the immediate or long-term needs of survivors to limit the impacts of violence, and this is critical. So what we're really talking about here is a comprehensive approach. We cannot only focus on one strategy to address violence and response only or prevention only. We really need to have a comprehensive approach. Next slide, please. Now in this slide, I want to share with you something that we think is very exciting. So now that we have examples of effective interventions from around the world, we have been collecting and documenting those approaches to understand what it is about those approaches. What is the magic in these formulas and the magic in these approaches that allows them to be effective. And so the World Health Organization and UN Women have worked together to collect evidence about these types of approaches so that they can be adapted, tested, and proven, hopefully, in context around the world. I do want to acknowledge that most of these documented interventions have come from other parts of the world and are still now being adapted and tested here in Asia and the Pacific with great promise. But we do sense that our region is a little bit behind, and we need to catch up to some of the incredible work that's coming out of Africa, for example, and Latin America. Now, the strategies, the 7 strategies that are collected in this RESPECT framework, which is entirely focused on strategies to prevent violence against women. They're designed around these 7 areas, each starting with a letter that shapes the word respect. So just to give you those very quickly. So the first is relationship skills strengthened. This means strategies to improve skills for interpersonal communication, conflict management, and shared decision-making. We've seen effective approaches there. The next is empowerment of women. These are economic and social empowerment strategies, including those that build skills in self-efficacy, assertiveness, negotiation, and self-confidence. S is for services ensured. This is making sure services such as health, police, legal, social services for survivors of violence are available, are sustained, and are also available and sustained during moments of crisis, as I mentioned earlier. The P is for poverty reduced. We've seen some very compelling outcomes from strategies targeting women in the household, whose primary aim is to alleviate poverty. So for example, social protection and safety net and cash transfers in some countries have actually proven to reduce violence after they're tested and after there's a direct connection to violence. Then we have environments made safe. This refers to efforts to create safe schools, public spaces, work environments, among others. Next is child and adolescent abuse prevented. And this includes strategies to establish nurturing family relationships, and of course, relationships that are nonviolent. And finally, T, the transformed attitudes, beliefs, and norms. This refers to strategies that challenge harmful gender attitudes, beliefs, norms, and stereotypes. So really just questioning, opening up dialogue around this basic understanding around how do we interact with each other? What are our rights with respect to men and women and our roles in society? What can we expect in terms of power sharing and equality? And how do we reach that together in a way that benefits all of us? Next slide, please. So here there's just a couple examples. I want to share a couple examples of interventions that have been shown to work. So this is an example from Bangladesh. The Bangladeshi Association for Life Skills, Income, and Knowledge for Adolescents. This program aimed to delay marriage among girls, adolescent girls in rural communities. They implemented separate interventions, one with educational support, a gender rights approach, awareness training, and livelihood training to empower girls and delay marriage. They used a randomized controlled trial that found that girls in these intervention communities were 1/3 less likely to be married than girls in non-intervention communities. They were also more likely to have improved education output and health and well-being outcomes, and were more supportive of gender equality. And this approach has demonstrated promise related to child marriage being reduced in a relatively short program cycle of 18 months. Which is quite promising. Next slide, please. This is an example of an intervention based in Papua New Guinea, where in this approach tiled Planem Sabe, Come Up Strong Pella, which means plant knowledge, grow strong, engage adolescent girls, boys, and their caregivers in participatory educational sessions to address social norms, to address the risks of intimate partner violence and violence in the community. So through the various approaches, through dialogue and to unpacking issues of gender violence and power, they found a reduction in harsh punishment of children and adolescents and changes in attitudes to violence. And so we see that there's some promising approaches that come from types of interventions that engage with families and adolescents, also acknowledging that many of the approaches that have shown strong results globally do engage men and boys, women and girls, whole communities, whole families in dialogue around ending violence and preventing violence and building gender equality. Next slide, please. So this slide gives a sense of a quick overview of some of the obstacles that we know that are in front of us. We see that while there are quite a number of strong laws and policies across, countries in this region, the implementation is really not where it needs to be. It's been, rather weak in some cases, and often the accountability back to women and girls is unclear, or women and girls are clear that it's inadequate. We also acknowledge that we've been really all relying heavily on awareness raising to reduce or prevent violence, but we now have evidence which is clear, which says that awareness raising alone will not prevent violence. We need to have a deeper type of dialogue and engagement across society and across our communities. And so that's an important shift that we need to make as we're considering what do we invest in and how will that support our aims for prevention. There's also less visibility for prevention, and this is something that we're working to change and to present the evidence and the promise around this. We see that multi-sector approaches to violence against women are incredibly powerful and yet are not widely understood. And still, the efforts and the opportunities to prevent violence in sectors such as education, infrastructure, even agriculture, there's ways that we can be tapping into a wide variety of sectors, which still needs exploration, especially in this region. We appreciate that limited civil society space for women's rights organizations and CSOs is an obstacle to growth, and I will speak about that more in a moment. It's an obstacle to progressing reductions of violence and creating more gender equitable societies. And then the persistence of patriarchal norms and institutions and structures is something that we have to continually pay attention to. This does influence our lived realities. It does influence violence in our families. It does send a message that violence might be minimized or is not that so serious or can be excused. And this is something that we have to interact with and question as we move towards more gender equitable, safer societies. Next slide, please. This slide acknowledges that feminist movements have really led the way globally in preventing violence against women and girls. These movements are the catalyst for change and have really driven evidence, research, practice, policymaking, and accountability for ending violence against women and girls. And so we are all today much more focused on how can we be collaborating with feminist movements, showing our solidarity with funding these organizations because they are really leading the way. Next slide, please. And here we want to acknowledge that violence against women is really not only a women's issue. It is fundamentally an issue that involves men and boys. It involves institutions which are led by men and boys. We need to encourage and bring men and boys really firmly into the conversation and to examine and unpack what is it that we want to achieve together for nonviolent societies and families. And all of us are needed in this conversation, and we really cannot have this conversation without having this conversation with men and boys right at the center with us. Next slide, please. I want to acknowledge the incredible work of the Gender-Based Violence Action Coalition and the Generation Equality Forum. We've spent 2 years speaking with some of the global leaders, thought leaders, researchers, governments, civil society organizations to look at what do we need to do to accelerate progress on ending gender-based violence. And these 4 areas emerged as the top strategies. First, finance and implement evidence-driven laws and policies, as I just spoke to a moment ago. Second is to advance evidence-driven prevention. working together with civil society organizations, men and boys, working across sectors of society, engaging the media, engaging sports and education institutions. There's much to be done there. Not minimizing, but really strengthening, continuing to strengthen survivor-centered services that are affordable, that are available to women when they need them, in the communities, in the languages they need them. This is an area where we need to continue to grow and to strengthen our coordinated networked supports. And then finally, support to autonomous girl-led and women's rights organizations. As I just mentioned, I mean, this has really been recognized by, policymakers, activists, researchers globally, that this is where the magic happens, when we have a very strong, empowered and vocal women's rights movement. This is what's driving change. Next slide, please. So in our region, and this is, I have just a few more slides, and I am conscious of the time, so I'm going to move to close quickly. In our region, we acknowledge that there are incredible opportunities for advancing ending violence against women in our region, and many governments are taking important strides, really making incredible progress. And we acknowledge all of this achievement and attention. Many governments in our region have signed up to global commitments, such as on CEDAW and the SDG targets related to gender equality and violence. There are improvements happening related to legislation. But as I mentioned earlier, we need to keep asking the question and speaking to women about, are these laws and policies working for you? For you who have experienced violence, do the services work for you? Is this what you need to be experiencing, and what should we do to improve services and outreach to other women? So we have to bring survivors of violence at the center of our understanding of whether we are being effective. There's donor engagement is growing in prevention. We've got robust evidence that is emerging, and the feminist organizations in many countries in our region are really driving change. We see that there's greater visibility of women in public life, and in countries where there have been really impressive areas of progress, including under COVID-19, we've seen the incredible value of female leadership and women's leadership. So I'm not going to go through all of these points, but you can see them in front of you. I'm going to go to the next slide, please. And just to close, I want to reinforce the message that we know what works to end violence against women. We have the evidence now. We have the practice-based learning, and we are able to test and adopt these strategies within our region locally. And this is where we are going with the field. And so we look forward to working with many of you in the room today, online today, to be able to continue to do that. In my final slide, I want to offer so the next slide, please. A number of important resources which are guiding the way and guiding intervention. So I won't walk through those, but I've already acknowledged the respect framework, and there's a variety of others which are guiding some of the work that we are doing on an international level, but with attention locally to violence in the workplace, violence related to media and schools and with young people. So many strategies for us to be taking together. And I want to thank you so much for your attention to this presentation today. I thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
예, 발표를 너무
Thank you very much,
상세하고
Melissa, for your very insightful and very
이야기가
comprehensive
이번
presentation. I don't think I need to summarize any of that. This presentation was about how prevention is very important, and we have the evidence to support this. Now we will move on to the next presentation.
The next presentation is on Canadian federal support for victims of crime. As mentioned earlier, this speaker is here in person to speak for us. We have Stephanie Bouchard, Director and Senior Counsel at Policy Center for Victims Issues, Criminal Law Policy Section at Justice Canada.
Hello, thank you for inviting me today. I'm very honored to be here with you to discuss the Canadian federal support for victims. Today I will speak to you about the Canadian Federation system, the division of powers between the federal government and the provincial and territorial governments. I will then explain the federal victim strategy, the upcoming National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, and finally the Victims' Fund. To truly understand how victim services are delivered in Canada, it is important to know the Canadian context and framework. As the second largest country by total area in the world, Canada's vast geography is made up of 10 provinces and 3 territories that extend from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean and northward into the Arctic Ocean. Under the Canadian Constitution, the federal, provincial, and territorial governments share the responsibility for criminal justice and responding to the needs of victims. The federal government is responsible for the development of criminal law and procedure, much of which is set out in the criminal code. The federal government also conducts the prosecution of criminal code offenses in the territories. Oops. Provinces and territories, however, are principally responsible for the administration of justice, which includes enforcing the criminal code, prosecuting criminal code offenses, except in the territories, the delivery of victim services, and enacting victim legislation at the provincial level. Listed in this chart are some examples of responsibilities that fall under the federal government's jurisdiction, including the Federal Victim Strategy and the Victims Fund. As mentioned, while the provinces and territories have the responsibility of delivering victim services across Canada, the federal government also has a significant role to play in advancing access to justice for victims and giving them a more effective voice in the criminal justice system. Through the Federal Victim Strategy, the Canadian government has made significant policy, program, and legislative contributions to efforts aimed at increasing awareness about the concerns and experiences of victims, addressing ongoing and emerging victim issues, increasing access to meaningful services for victims, and leading criminal reform. While there remains more to do, over the last 20 years, we have seen some concrete changes and positive outcomes through increased awareness of the needs of victims and enhanced access to services for victims. Our work has taken many forms. Our efforts have been grounded in various policy and program initiatives that address the intersections between types of harm experienced and the community of victims experiencing that harm, and their multifaceted experiences based on age, geography, ethnicity, sexual orientation, relationship with those who caused the harm, and the perspectives on paths to move forward. We have learned that there is no one-size-fits-all. Victims' experiences are diverse and multifaceted. The Policy Centre for Victim Issues at Justice Canada works in close collaboration with the provincial and territorial directors of victim services, victim advocates, and non-governmental organizations serving victims to advance the strategy. To this end, a multi-pronged approach is used that includes criminal law reform, program development and delivery, and policy development and federal leadership. As you can see, the 3 levers are in the middle of the flower, and all the petals include information of different mechanisms that we use to move in the federal victim strategy forward. While significant advances have been made over the last 3 decades, the federal victim strategy is based on the premise that there are still more outstanding and emerging victims' issues to be addressed, such as low rates of reporting, high rates of victimization among vulnerable populations, and interjurisdictional gaps in services across Canada. The Federal Victim Strategy is a horizontal initiative involving multiple federal departments and agencies, such as the National Office for Victims, located at the Department of Public Safety, Correctional Services Canada, the Parole Board of Canada, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and many more departments that are listed on the slide. The Policy Center for Victim Issues also contributes to victims' components of the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. Everyone has the right to live free from violence. However, many people in Canada continue to experience violence every day because of their sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, or perceived gender. Gender-based violence is rooted in gender inequality and is further intensified by systemic inequalities such as sexism, discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, colonialism, and racism, among other intersectionalities. Further, gender-based violence disproportionately affects women and girls. Certain intersectional populations also experience high levels of violence, such as Indigenous women and girls, Black and racialized women, immigrant and refugee women, 2S LGBTQIA+ people, people with disabilities, women living in northern, rural, and remote communities. Preventing and addressing gender-based violence in Canada requires a coordinated national approach with federal, provincial, and territorial governments working in close partnerships with victims, Indigenous partners, direct service providers, experts, advocates, municipalities, the private sector, and researchers. The National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence will guide this work and advance efforts across the country. As previously mentioned, one of the levers of the Federal Victim Strategy is federal leadership in criminal law reform. In 2015, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights came into effect and established statutory rights in 4 areas at the federal level for victims. Victims have the right to seek information, protection, participation, and to seek restitution. The development of the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights was informed by significant input from the provinces and territories and broad public engagement, reflecting the shared responsibility for the criminal justice system. Since its coming into force in 2015, the Government of Canada has undertaken a variety of activities to implement the legislation across the country. The Government of Canada has engaged in public education activities on the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, including the development of a comprehensive website for victims and criminal justice stakeholders, and public legal education information products and infographics on the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. In order to support its implementation, Justice Canada made funding available through the Victims Fund to provincial and territorial governments, criminal justice professional associations, and non-governmental organizations to develop and provide training on the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. Finally, the Government of Canada has shown federal leadership by implementing an internal complaints mechanism as mandated for all federal entities by the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. The complaints mechanism is designed to receive, examine, and respond to situations where victims feel as though their rights under the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights have been infringed or denied by the federal government. When the CVBR, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, came into force in 2015, there were a number of related law reforms made to provisions of the criminal code, such as testimonial aids, victim impact statement, and restitution, as well as introducing a new community impact statement. Legislative reform is an important tool, and here are some recent legislative amendments that were done that support victims. In 2018, former Bill C-51 amended the criminal code to clarify and strengthen Canada's sexual assault regime, including by providing a complainant with the right to counsel during a rape shield provision. In 2019, former Bill C-75 removed preliminary inquiries for a number of offenses, including sexual assault, made additional changes to better respond to intimate partner violence, and expanded judicial case management powers to help courts exercise control over criminal proceedings. In 2021, former Bill C-78 amended the Divorce Act to provide a definition of family violence and require courts to consider its impact on the best interests of the child when determining parenting arrangements. Also in 2021, former Bill C-3 amended the Judges Act, and it requires new judges in provincial superior courts to participate in training on matters related to sexual assault law and social context following their appointment. These are some of the examples. Another lever in the federal victim strategy is the program development and delivery activity. So the Victims Fund is a grants and contributions program that is part of the federal victim strategy. It provides funding to provincial territorial governments and non-governmental organizations to support projects that encourage the development of new approaches, promote access to justice, improve the capacity of service providers, and foster the establishment of referral networks and/or increase awareness of the services available to victims and their families. It also supports specific initiatives for victims, such as child and youth advocacy centers, and works to address barriers facing victims from diverse communities in accessing support and assistance. The Victims Fund supports a number of projects and activities at both the federal and provincial level. It includes assisting in funding the development of police, court, Crown, or system-based victim assistance programs, public legal education, and similar initiatives, supporting the advancement of provincial and territorial victim legislation, implementation of criminal code provision and the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, promoting access to justice and participation in the justice system, identifying gaps in services for victims and building capacity, to direct emergency financial assistance for Canadians who have been victimized abroad, among other initiatives. The Canadian Victimized Abroad program is a great example of the Victims Fund filling a gap for victims. Under the program, Canadians who have been the victim of a serious violent crime in a foreign country may be eligible for assistance through the Victims Fund. Eligible expenses include repatriation of the body of a Canadian deceased as a result of a homicide, travel expenses for a Canadian victim and/or a support person to return to Canada, travel expenses for a Canadian victim and/or a support person to return to the country where the crime occurred in order to testify at preliminary hearings or at trial of the accused, and out-of-pocket expenses related to the victimization, among other things. Another key initiative to highlight under the Victims Fund is the development of family information liaison units. For the past 20 years, the Justice Canada Federal Victim Strategy has been successfully designing and delivering responsive policy and program initiatives in support of victims, and more specifically, advancing partnerships and strength-based Indigenous-informed initiatives to increase access to justice for Indigenous people. Services for family members of missing or murdered Indigenous women and girls is an emerging area of victim services. Although Indigenous communities have been working with family members in their community for decades with limited or no resources to assist them in their efforts, community experts have been generous with their knowledge and their direction on how to move forward in supporting family members, and their experiences have shaped the design of the new and existing programs. During meetings held across Canada in 2015, families of missing or murdered Indigenous women and girls spoke about the importance of having up-to-date, accurate information about their missing or murdered loved ones, and identified the barriers in place that impact their ability to access it. Family members also highlighted the gaps in culturally grounded support and assistance to help them with the grief and trauma caused by their loss. So to help fill these gaps, family information liaison units were put in place across Canada starting in 2016 to accompany the launch of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and LGBTQ2S+. The Family Information Liaison Units represent a new and unique model of service for family members, one that contributes to access to justice by ensuring a culturally grounded and trauma-informed team made up of navigators who actively work with government institutions and agencies on behalf of family members to obtain the information they are seeking about what happened to their missing or murdered loved ones. And PCVI, the Policy Center for Victim Issues, we keep in contact and facilitate network calls that happen monthly with all the organizations in the Family Information Liaison Units, where they can share information, best practices, or discuss particular cases and receive recommendation on how to proceed when it's difficult situations that they're dealing with. And this permits us to maintain those relationships and to understand some of the ongoing challenges and to try and improve as we move forward. In addition to the Family Information Liaison Units, the Government of Canada also provides funding for aligned and complementary community-based initiatives and activities designed and delivered by Indigenous community organizations to provide direct support and assistance to family members. Another Victims Fund initiative that highlights the importance of partnerships with the provincial and territorial governments is the Independent Legal Advice and Independent Legal Representation programs. Victims of sexual assault need support to access and navigate the criminal justice system. In 2021, the Canadian government announced $600 million in additional funding to work on addressing gender-based violence in Canada. Of this, the Government of Canada allocated $48.75 million over 5 years to ensure access to free legal advice and legal representation for victims of sexual assault and intimate partner violence, including legal advice for victims involved in the criminal and family justice systems. Independent legal advice programs provide victims with tailored legal advice regarding their legal options following intimate partner violence. Additionally, independent legal representation could be available to provide legal counsel to victims to represent their interests in specific instances as provided for in the Criminal Code of Canada. This builds on our efforts to support victims and their families and promote a responsive legal and justice system. So, in conclusion, the Government of Canada is committed to providing federal leadership to support victims based on the Canadian experience in order to effect positive change, it is truly important to rely on a multifaceted and collaborative approach. You will see these are some links provided to various resources that we provide online that provides different types of information that we support at the Policy Center for Victim Issues. Thank you very much for your attention.
예, 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
피해자 지원과 관련돼서
With regards to the victim support being provided by the Canadian government, the speaker talked about what efforts are being made, especially with regards to Korea. Korea also has a victim fund similar to Canada, but the details between the victim fund in Canada and victim fund in Korea are slightly different. So maybe we could utilize the site that's linked by the speaker to refer to it at a later date to understand the differences. Now we need to begin our discussion. So because we've been delayed by a bit, I'm going to ask the discussants to limit their presentations to just 7 minutes. Our first speaker is going to talk about response to violence against women and victim protection by criminal justice agencies, and the presenter is Mr. Han-Gyun Kim of the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. Based on the presentation by the speaker from UN Women, various forms of gender-based violence continues to increase, and it costs economic and social costs. So in order to reduce the social cost and in order to reduce the instability that gender-based violence causes, we need to have the right sort of law enforcement and criminal justice system that will address the gender-based violence. So today I'm going to talk about what sort of efforts are being made in the law enforcement and justice system in Korea to deal with gender-based violence. So in view of the fact that there is a limited time, I'm going to try to make my presentation brief. So today, I'm going to talk about how the law enforcement and the justice system in Korea is shifting towards a more victim-centered approach. And I'm going to also talk about what sort of efforts are being made by the police and the prosecutor's office and the criminal courts to respond effectively to VAW. Police and prosecutors can mostly are limited because they are often involved in VAW after the fact. Nevertheless, the Korean agencies are trying to shift towards a victim-centered approach. One example of that is in the police. The police is also working to prevent cyber sexually abusive material. And we are also introducing new systems in order to prevent violence against women, rather than just address it after the fact. And also for the domestic violence, there are efforts to address issues in a way that will prevent repeat of domestic violence. And with regards to stalking, we are trying to increase the officers who are dedicated to stalking crimes so that we can better protect the victims. More recently, in the last 10 years, the violent crimes incidents have in general declined, but sexual violence crimes in particular are slightly on the rise. But at the same time, the number of arrests have also grown significantly. So if you look at the statistics here, I don't know if you can see this, where it says rape, and you can see that incidence is slightly rising, but the number of arrests are rising at a faster rate, especially with regards to digital sexual violence crimes incidents. We are seeing a dramatic increase compared to the increase of other forms of violent crimes. But this may also be explained by the fact that more reports are being made by the victims. Perhaps because of this and the stronger investigative capacity of the police in dealing with digital sexual violence crimes may have been one of the reasons why more reports have been made. But it is true that the number of arrests by the police has not caught up with the rise in incidents, possibly because due to the nature of the crime, it is difficult to detect, track, and make arrests of the perpetrators. And also with regards to the cyber sexually abusive material, we're seeing an increase, and again, the arrests are not increasing as much as we'd like to see it to increase. And as for the prosecutors, we are seeing we're seeing a decline in the number of cases that are not indicted. And the police and the prosecutor's office have both introduced dedicated officers so that they can deal with cases of sexually abusive materials, crimes, from the start of the legal proceedings to the very end. And we also have introduced more stronger case handling guidelines to target the offenders. And if you look at the cybersex crimes cases received and processed, we are seeing a decline in the number of cases that are not indicted. And in the case of the sentencing, rape and sex crimes targeting underage victims, we are seeing an increase in cases ending in an imprisonment versus the cases that result in a suspended execution of sentence. And notably, all cases involving injury of disabled persons or minors under 13 led to an imprisonment, which shows that the prosecutor's office is really taking a stronger stance against the offenders who victimize the minors. And also, there are in the case of the sentencing, we are seeing a decline in the number of cases that are sentenced relatively lightly, taking into account mitigating factors. So we are seeing more cases that are sentenced in a more rigid and stronger way. And I think the prosecutor's office and also the criminal courts are taking a stronger stance against the offenders. In the past, there were many criticisms about the criminal court being too generous towards the offenders. But if we look at the sentencing on sex crime offenders, we are seeing that the sentencing guidelines have become stronger, and also the adherence by the court to sentencing guideline for sex crimes is also on the rise. And the perception and policies of the Korean Police Prosecutor's Office and Criminal Court is the next topic I would like to talk about. In the case of the police, sexual assault crimes are to be assigned to dedicated department for investigation. And you can refer to my presentation material for details. Likewise, the prosecutor's office have installed the human rights supervisors who are stationed at prosecutors' offices across Korea to provide better protection to victims. And also, there is a effort to prevent secondary victimization. And for criminal courts, they have introduced rules on trial of sex crimes and victim protection. And if the victim is called to serve as the witness, there are rules that will protect the victims, especially if the victim is a student, and an intermediary can be assigned to help testify. And also, the VAW issues are recognized by the justice system. And there is an expert committee on digital sex crimes of Ministry of Justice, and they have disclosed recommendations for amending the sex crime victims protection as part of court proceedings. And we believe that protection for victims will improve going forward. Of course, there are various issues as to the number of resources assigned to serve as the human rights supervisor or as a dedicated investigator into sex crimes, because oftentimes these people have been not newly recruited but have been assigned to additional roles. So we will have to deal with this resource constraint, but we believe that there is a lot of effort going on within the police, the prosecutor's office, and the justice system to deal with VAW. And we are seeing a virtuous cycle of improvement of policies and strategies. And so these efforts will continue, and we will see positive outcomes from these efforts, which will feed back into the loop and produce further improvements. And I hope that the Korean case can serve as one of the best practices for other jurisdictions. Thank you very much. As we all know, the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice does research on various data and statistics with regards to crimes. So Mr. Kim has presented what sort of protection is being provided and being developed in the police, prosecutor's office, and the justice system in Korea. Now, our final discussion for the first session
is going to be Min Sook, Legislative Research Officer of National Assembly Research Service. Her talk will be about the blind spots in the support system for victims of the women's violence in Korea. Yes, I am Heo Min-suk, Legislative Research Officer. Melissa Alvarado and Dr. Stephanie Bouchard, thank you very much for your presentations. At the Women's Human Rights Institute is hosting this under the theme of requirements for the prevention of violence against women and the protection and support of victims. And the host asked me to assess the limitations of Korean victim support systems and explore means of future collaboration. And at this point, I cannot help but ask the question whether in Korea the notion of violence against women or gender-based violence is clearly established, and whether measures to address the causes of gender-based violence are sufficiently reflected in legal institutions for supporting victims or survivors of violence against women. The Republic of Korea has enacted in 2018 the Framework Act on Prevention of Violence Against Women. As protection of survivors of violence against women have been under multiple different laws. The objective of the 2018 Act was to resolve gender discrimination and inequalities in protecting survivors as a policy goal and a fundamental ideology of the legislation. However, 4 years later today, to assess the accomplishments, the Framework Act has far from fulfilled those goals. The Framework Act defines violence against women as a gender-based violence against women. However, it failed to stipulate that violence is a form of discrimination and that violence against women is caused by the inequitable power relations between women and men. It has failed to do so. So the vague definition in the law, because of that, the objective was established not as eliminating gender discrimination and enhancing gender equality, but as a very abstract, enhancing the dignity and human rights of individual. And it does not verify anywhere that violence against women is due to gender discrimination. And so, because violence against women is considered to be caused merely by an unexpected misfortune, the law doesn't afford a very useful legal rationale to remove the ancient, antiquated notion that support for survivors should focus on helping the unfortunate victim. So why the victim is not being protected? This is because the perpetrator is not being restrained, and there has been much media attention on offenses unpunishable over objection. And this is actually a toxic clause that was added when the Act on Special Cases Concerning the Punishment of Crimes of Domestic Violence was enacted in 1997. However, we see that 22 years later, in 2021, the Stalking Punishment Act was enacted, and the toxic clause was brought into that act as well. So this begs the question whether there was any intent at all to protect the survivor from, or the victim from such crimes. When there's no commitment to restrain the perpetrator nor intent to punish them, the victim cannot be protected. The clear, efficient, and simple way to have prevented the Shindang station murder was to have kept the perpetrator under watch. However, the judiciary had turned a blind eye to his previous criminal records and demonstrated no intent nor capacity to assess the danger level of his previous crimes, and instead fixated on the fact that the perpetrator had a consistent place of dwelling, which applies to almost any individual, and failed to arrest, watch, or restrain him. The most critical precursor of potential homicide, stalking, is construed as a mildly aggressive courting or wooing. This is clearly based on discriminatory gender norms that posit and expect a woman to fulfill a gender role. And there's also the Yongin City domestic violence case, and the victim had reported to the police twice, and the police was only making rounds around her home, and they were only able to find the victim very seriously hurt 20 minutes later, because the police does not have any legal grounds to forcibly enter a scene of domestic violence. So if the perpetrator is just keeping the door locked, then the only thing that the police can do is to make rounds around the area. The situation is different in other countries. I won't go into too many details. And in fact, in Ministry of Gender Equality and Family survey, 30% of victims of domestic violence replied that they were not able to meet the police though the police had arrived, and 14% said that they had to send the police away under the threat of their spouse. So, of course, it's difficult to support the victim without restraining the perpetrator. The smartwatch to protect the victim is only useful when the victim sees the perpetrator first. When the perpetrator wasn't able to see the victim, so if the victim is looking down from a second-story floor window and sees the perpetrator, if she presses a button on her smartwatch, then she's able to get protection. And yesterday there was also another case where a woman was killed because the perpetrator was not restrained, and Director, Senior Counsel Bouchard said that we have to listen very closely to what the victims and the survivors are saying, and I don't have enough time to finish my presentation in full. The argument today here is that Korea has achieved gender equality a long time ago, and that men are actually suffering from reverse discrimination. And still, the Shindang Station murder was not an instance of gender violence. While we are doing that, other countries are committed to eliminate gender discrimination because they realize that gender discrimination causes gender violence that destroys women who are invaluable assets to a nation. And losing women to violence before their potential is realized is a great loss to the nation, and the other countries understand this. For example, the UK government estimated that the violence, domestic violence, incurs costs of 104 trillion won. And so, in terms of funding for moving to safer places and also legal assistance and counsel, 500 billion won is being put in to support those efforts, while the Korean government is only spending 1.6 billion won. But this is actually turning out to be much more costful. And to enhance prosperity, to increase our GDP, gender equality helps very much. The European Union found that by 2050, gender equality is expected to increase up to 9 to 6% of their GDP. And McKinsey Canada has also found that gender equality will lead to substantial increase in GDP. So I would like to stress that we have to have more support for the victims and protection of them. And violence against women is gender-based violence, and it is caused by gender discrimination. There has to be societal consensus and clear goals for legislation, and also the government policy should be aimed for that. And that is my discussion point. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. The last discussant for this session wasn't given enough time. I'd like to apologize for that. And if you look at her manuscript, the national gains that could be incurred with better gender equality and better protection of victims of violence against women, the details are there. And we would like to take about 5 to 10 minutes of a questions and answer session. So if we have any questions, we haven't had any questions that were submitted in advance. If we have any questions from the floor, then we would like to entertain them.
없으시면 제가 먼저 네. 제가 사실 한국
If there are no questions, actually I did see a hand go up.
네, 좋은 말씀 잘 듣고
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. I learned a lot. I have a question.
유엔에 가입한
We
국제법에 보면 여성 차별
at the UN level, there is a UN CEDAW.
정확하게는 좀 말씀 못 드리니까 여성 차별 협약에 관한 것을 이제 우리가 가입을 했는데
So we have acceded to the CEDAW.
여성 차별과 관련된 것을 근거로 한 협약을 근거로 한 국내법이
Then what about the local laws?
기본법
I thought the Framework Act on the Prevention of Violence Against Women was based off of the CEDAW. That's what I had expected.
여성
But
폭력과 관련된
as
종류만
Ms.
있고
Ho mentioned,
여성 차별이라든가 또는
If
평등에 관한 뭐 이런
there isn't any
구체적인 정부의 어떤 종합 계획이라든가
specific
이런 게 없고
framework plans on the government side for
그래서 과연 우리가 여성 차별
eliminating
그 협약이라는
gender
국제법에
discrimination,
가입을 해놓고
then
준하는
though we are a member of CEDAW,
국이
that
과연
we have
어디에
signed to
있는지 그걸 좀
CEDAW,
여쭤보고 싶어요.
then I would like to know how CEDAW has been brought into, in particular the discrimination part brought into our legal systems.
질의하신 내용은 아닌 것 같습니다.
So that's actually not a question directed to the presenters, but to the discussant,
간단히
Ms. Ha.
말씀 저 지금 부샤드 선생님한테 제가 질문이 있어요.
So actually, I had a question for Director Stephanie Bouchard, myself, and as the person who asked the question asked, the Framework Act on Preventing Violence Against Women had to be aimed to bring in the values of CEDAW. However, we might amend the Framework Act so that it would work in that direction.
예, 제가 부샤드 선생님께 질문이 있어서
Then I have a question for Director Bouchard. I will briefly ask that question.
질문해 주신 내용에 대해서는 좀 이따 휴식 시간에 저희가 좀
And
자세히
perhaps
말씀을
we could
나누겠습니다.
provide a
지금
longer
발제할
discussion
해주신
on the question that came from the floor later on in the break. I am very interested in the Bill of Rights for victims. So this was enacted in 2015. Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights was set in 2015. What was the specific motivation behind establishing the Victims' Bill of Rights, and has this changed the awareness of the citizens?
좀 궁금합니다.
It's okay. Thank you for the question. The objectives of the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights was to recognize the importance of victims in the criminal justice system and fundamental rights that they have for certain elements within the criminal code and the criminal justice system. So the challenge when developing the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights was, as explained, the structure between the division of powers between the federal government and the provincial governments. That's why we consulted with them and created the Victims' Bill of Rights at a high level, which defines right to information about the situation within the criminal justice system, their right to participate in it, to provide victim impact statements, to explain to the court, the impact of the crime has had on them, and the right to be protected, and also the right to seek restitution. In Canada, the criminal code permits for costs that are easy to calculate, and or the numbers are in front of the court, that the victim can be reimbursed by the offender for the impact of, let's say, property crime on them. It also helps to, because of its structure, the Victims' Bill of Rights has to be kept in mind as other criminal code legislation are put forward. So it helps to ensure that in developing law or making changes, victims are at the forefront as well. It has, I think, increased the levels of information regarding victims' issues and victims' rights. Numerous organizations created documents to explain better. So it really is a stepping stone in helping to advance the issues of victims of crime.
Dr. Bouchard?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that
Thank you
answer.
very much for your excellent presentation. I have one question for you. In South Korea, there is a huge conflict between men and women surrounding the issue of gender-based violence. So my question is that in Canada, is there any resistance to the terminology of gender-based violence? And do you think that many people in society acknowledge or understand that violence against women is gender-based violence? It is relevant to gender inequality and discriminations.
So gender-based violence in Canada is openly discussed, and there's many initiatives going forward. And I think there is an understanding and knowledge and awareness that it does include violence against women. It includes intimate partner violence. It also includes various elements of gender, of people choosing to identify with different gender issues, as well as disability in any aspects that contributes to their person and being victimized because of those choices that they have made or the situations that they're in. But there's quite a positive movement towards better education, better movement to try and reduce the impact of violence against women and others.
예, 감사합니다. 저희가 사실 더 많은
Thank you very much. We wanted to entertain much more questions and a longer discussion, but we will have to prepare for the next session. Thank you so much for those presentations and those discussions. I must thank the presenters and the discussants, and please give them a big hand to show our appreciation. Thank you. Then we would like to finish the first session. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 첫 번째 섹션 좌장을 맡아주신 우리 원혜욱
Thank you very much, Professor Haeuk Won, moderator, and program manager Melissa Alvarado, Director Stephanie Bouchard at PCVI, Justice Canada, and Director Han Kyun Kim and Research Officer Min Soo-ko. Thank you so much. So with that, we would like to close the first session, and we would like to have a brief break. We will be beginning the second session at 4 p.m. sharp. In the second session, we also have presentations and discussions in store, and we will be dealing with awareness raising and education. So please tune in later for that session. Thank you.
So this is the Korean interpreter speaking into the English channel. I hope you can hear me well.
네, 이제 두 번째 섹션 여성
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the second session of the symposium. As was announced, we're providing simultaneous interpretation. To serve as the moderator for the second session, we have with us Director Haerim Jo of International Cooperation Center of the Korean Institute for Gender Equality Promotion and Education. Can you all hear me well? Hello, I am Haerim Jo, and I will be serving as the moderator for the second session. The organizer and my affiliation, which is the Korean Institute for Gender Equality Promotion and Education, we're sort of like sister organizations, and I will do my best to conduct this session in a very interesting way. We previously talked about laws and policies to deal with violence against women. The second session is about education and raising public awareness, which is very essential to preventing violence against women. So we're going to hear the first presentation of this session, which is going to be delivered on the topic of education on the prevention of violence against women, gender equality through mutual respect. The speaker is Kara Gleason, Director of Prevention in Action of Our Watch in Australia. So may I, hello?
Hello, lovely to see you.
Good to see you. What time is it in Australia?
It's about 6 o'clock. So I was just saying before that it's I'm at home and I have a toddler out there with my partner. So I really hope I'm not interrupted. Apologies.
Thank you very much for participating in our symposium. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Look, I just wanted to say firstly, it's an absolute privilege and honor to be a part of your gathering today. Thank you for your hospitality. I wish I was there in person, and thank you to all the organizers and all the other speakers. I've been listening in a little bit this afternoon, and it's been fantastic to hear about work happening in Korea and across the world as well. My name's Kara Gleason. I'm the Director of Prevention and Action at Our Watch. Our Watch is a national NGO in Australia that works on prevention of violence against women, and I'll speak a little bit more about that in a tick. But before I begin, I'd like to formally acknowledge, as is the custom in Australia, the traditional owners of the land that I'm coming from, which is the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the First Nations people in Australia, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and recognise our history as a colonised country, and recognise the ongoing impact of colonisation in Australia and how it connects to experiences of violence against women. I also want to respect and express my gratitude and appreciation for the ongoing customs and culture of the First Nations people in Australia. Today, I'm going to talk about the role of education in prevention. But to do that, I'm first of all going to talk about who Our Watch is, what is primary prevention, and then I'm going to talk about education and prevention, and it's what we call respectful relationships education. I'm going to share some recent learnings that we've had from pilots that we've been able to do both in secondary schools, which is working with adolescents aged around 13 to 15, but also more recently in the last couple of years, we've been able to do a pilot of respectful relationships education in what we call primary school, which is working with really young children, ages sort of 6 to 8, and working with their school and the education system and the curriculum that's set up for those children, and how it relates to preventing violence against women into the future. So first of all, Our Watch as an organisation, we're quite a large organisation. We're about 70 people, largely women, but we do have men working with us as well, and non-binary people too. And we're all working in the area of primary prevention. We're an NGO or a not-for-profit, but we actually have quite a unique role and a unique history where we're established by the federal Australian government and one of our jurisdictional state governments, so similar to the provincial governments that and jurisdictions that our Canadian colleague was speaking about before. We're established close to 10 years ago with the vision that prevention of violence against women is too important to be a solely government or solely community-led piece of work, that it needs coordination, and it needed to have a national focus that allowed to be able to connect and lift up promising work that was happening, but also keep us all accountable, including governments, that this work needed to be a part of our agenda. In Australia, we've had a national plan to reduce violence against women and their children for the last 12 years. And it's a plan that had every state and territory, every jurisdiction government committed, as well as the federal government. And we're just going through our process of developing our second national plan, which will be again for another decade. Our Watch is a part of that machination and a part of that policy environment, but we are separated from government. We receive funding from government, from philanthropy, from fundraising and corporation. And just earlier in the year, we had our funding from the federal government increased, and we received 100 million Australian dollars, which I'm not very great at conversion rates. I think is about 70 million US dollars for the next 5 years, that effectively saw a doubling of our funding. So we're very excited and feel extremely privileged to have a lot of responsibility to be able to really lead long-lasting change with this work. Our work is based on work that many women, many communities have been leading for decades, if not centuries, and we feel a lot of that responsibility. Our work is distinctively around primary prevention. And just to describe that, I hope you don't mind, some of you might be familiar with this image, but I just like to use this image to talk about our distinct role in the violence against women work in Australia. If you look at this river, you will see down the bottom of the river, there's women that are in danger, they're in harm, and they're unsafe. And if you think that of this river, the only thing that you or I could do, or any community member could do for these women, is a crisis response. It's an immediate response. It's an ambulance, it's a refuge, it's a police judicial response. And that response is critical, it saves lives. But it doesn't matter how many ambulances you have or how many community members you have helping you. Women are still experiencing harm. They're still ending up in the river in danger. In Australia, in the violence against women space, we call this a tertiary response or a crisis response. I know language is a little bit different in all different communities, so I'm just sort of trying to explain the language that we use. But you'll also have many words and ways to describe your work that you're doing in this area as well. In family or domestic violence or sexual violence or stalking or any other type of violence experienced by women, this is crisis refuges, it's crisis workers, it's counsellors, it's hospitals, it's police, it's all of those who respond and support the women who is experiencing violence at that exact point. If you move up higher in the river, you see early intervention. And this is where women are still in danger, they're still in harm, they're still in the river, but as a community, we can do something. We can throw a lifesaver, we can reach out our hand and we can help. And in the prevention in violence against women sector in Australia, this is early intervention programs. It's programs supporting women who might be at risk of experiencing violence, have experienced some form of violence that could be escalating. It's also programs that look at change of behaviour in male perpetrators as well. And this work, again, it saves lives. It's 100% critical and so important. But again, women are still experiencing harm to get to this point. And in Australia, we call this early intervention or secondary prevention. If you go right to the top of the river, right to the top of the screen, you see there's women near the river, but they're not in the river. They're not experiencing pain. They're not experiencing harm. They're close by. Perhaps they had swimming lessons. Perhaps they've read that the river is dangerous. There's been some kind of intervention that has prevented the harm from taking place in the first place. This addressing what drives that harm, what drives violence against women, is what we call primary prevention. And it's the sole focus of our watch. It's in work that we do in social marketing campaigns out to thousands of young people across Australia. It's in work that we do in workplaces to increase gender equality. It's in work that we do around policy, gender pay equity. It's work that we do at the community level. That is primary prevention. I'm now going to share, technology permitting, a video with you that probably says things in a lot more articulate way than I do. In Australia, we've had the privilege of having a national framework for the prevention of violence against women. And this video just encapsulates the evidence base that sets out that framework. It's called Change the Story. Oh, apologies. Thank you. I do hope that that video worked for all. Some people find that video quite impactful. So it obviously talks through the evidence base of violence against women in Australia, but also I hope gives you a message of hope that it doesn't need to be this way. Violence against women does not need to be a normal part of our society, and it shouldn't be for obvious reasons. But I like to think that that video and the Change the Story framework, it gives us the recipe of how to change the future. And it says very firmly, looking at all of the evidence base, that gender inequality sets the necessary social context for the rates of violence against women that we experience in Australia, which is, I would obviously say way too high, but is quite considerably high. 1 in 3 women experience physical assault during their lifetime, 1 in 5 sexual assault, and 1 in 4 at the hand of a current or former partner. So we know that it's a considerable issue, and we know that gender inequality and violence against women is an experience the same way for all women. And that's why it's really important in our prevention, our primary prevention work, that we take an intersectional approach. And that really recognises that it's not only systematic gender inequality that is experienced and influencing the rates of violence against women, that it actually intersects and crosses over with other types of structural inequality and discrimination experienced by women. That includes things like racism, ableism, homophobia, transphobia, migrant experience, classism. It's gender inequality is experienced as an intersection of all those other inequalities as well. And I know in Australia we have, an okay representation, needs to be better, representation of women in our political leadership. But if we have a look at how many women who have a disability are represented in our political leaders, or how many First Nations women, or how many women from a migrant background are there, you will see that that intersectional experience of gender inequality is there. And we also know that extends to the experiences of the rates of violence experienced, in particular, the experience of First Nations women and their experiences of violence perpetrated by non-Indigenous men or men from all parts of society. First Nations women are 32 times more likely to be hospitalised for violence that they experience. Likewise, trans women experience far higher rates of violence as well. So that's why we have a really important approach, which is an intersectional approach to understanding the issue, but also understanding how we prevent violence. The Change the Story framework unpacks and gives us the recipe of understanding violence against women by articulating what drives it. And while gender inequality sets the necessary social context, there's particular manifestations of this inequality that are the drivers of violence against women. We call them the gendered drivers. I'm not going to go into them in detail, but I will share some links with you if you want to have a look more about this. I really wanted to focus specifically on rigid gender stereotyping and dominant forms of masculinity, because that's what we really set out to address in our work in respectful relationships education. Broadly speaking, the other drivers are really, really important, and other areas of our work might really nail and sort of drill down to those particular manifestations. But I'd prefer to just focus on driver 3, time permitting as well. But gender stereotyping, we all experience it through all of our lives, but in particular, the experiences and the understanding of gender and stereotyping we know is quite pronounced in young ages. We know that through lots of research that the awareness of a particular way to perform being male or female or a boy or a girl starts really, really young. Research done in 2007 among 3 to 5-year-olds found that kids were able to identify what toy was a girl toy and what toy was a boy toy, and to know what toy they should play with if they wanted affirmative messages from people around them. So they're already starting to perform to what is a gender stereotype. One study also showed that between the ages of 6 and 10, an American study, children were already starting to understand that maths is a boy thing and that boys excel in maths, not girls. And you know, you think about that in a tiny instant, but you think about that across the life course, and we see massive issues with gender segregation at the industry level of STEM subjects, of STEM industries, of tech industries, and it all can kind of, you know, come back to that instant, along with lots of other structural things happening as well. We also know that children are exposed to this through media. The more TV a child of either sex watches, the more likely they're going to believe that boys are better. And we know that because also the overrepresentation of male characters in children's TV shows, there's more likely to be male characters. I know from research that has looked at children's books, even if it's in an animate object, if it's a pencil, if it's a ball, but it's a character with a name, it's more likely to be a male name. So children are constantly picking up on these signals and are starting to perform that. And again, that in itself might not be too harmful, but until we put it up against the hierarchy and the power structure that's there and the restrictive, rigid ways of being masculine or feminine, that over your life period is what sort of comes about. So in primary prevention, we look at building new social norms that foster personal identities that are not constrained by rigid gender stereotypes. That are breaking that mold, that have female elite players playing in sport that is celebrated, that athleticism is celebrated, both children, male and female children doing science and celebrating science. Here is just a quick example of a First Nations program in the heart of Australia, in Uluru, sort of the outback, the desert. And it shows that mums can be strong, they can fix a car, that is the picture in there, and that dads can be gentle. And that's a beautiful thing. And they're not just doing that for positive role modeling for parenting and relationships, they're doing that as a connecting it to changing these attitudes and beliefs can actually stop violence before it begins. So that's an example of a primary prevention program. I'm just checking on time and want to move on. So what is respectful relationships education? Quite simply put, it's our primary prevention activity that we do in our school systems, whether it's with younger children or with adolescents. We call it respectful relationships education. We have a very comprehensive definition here, which is respectful relationships education is a comprehensive approach to school-based primary prevention of gender-based violence. It uses the education system, so we like to think about the whole education system, not one classroom, not one teacher, not one school, but the whole education system, and using it as a catalyst for generational and cultural change. We engage with the schools, but also the as education institutions, but also as workplaces to comprehensively address those drivers that I talked about before as a way to create a future free from violence. I'm not going to go into this slide, but there's many reasons we work with schools. They give us new universal reach in Australia, reaching millions of students. They give us reach into a workforce of I think 200,000 teachers and school staff. But they also give us reach out to most of Australian families. They're a community hub. They're where you connect, the way you play sport, the way you meet your friends. So we look at that in a really holistic way. These are sort of the core elements of effective respectful relationships education, and I'll just focus on two there. One is that we take a whole school approach to change. So we don't just focus on what is the student receiving as an intervention, but what is the whole school receiving. So we look at the opportunities to be able to promote gender equality to the teachers, to the principals, to the public servants in the education department, because if they are all modeling gender equality and respectful relationships, then the children are receiving it continuously. We also look at using age-appropriate curriculum. So yes, there is activity that happens in the classroom that is around teaching students about respectful relationships, but that curriculum looks very different. In my state in Victoria, we have curriculum that goes from 5 years old to 18 years old on respectful relationships education, and it's mandated in every public school. There's been, I think we're up to about $80 million of investment in this area to make this a reality. But what happens with the 5-year-olds is more around friendships, it's around stereotypes, it's around consensual play, how do you sort of, regulate your emotions. And as the child develops and their maturity develops, that's when we might introduce more complex and sensitive topics. It's really not until it's age appropriate that we even talk about intimate partner relationships or sexual intimacy and its connection to respectful relationships education. So we've been able to deliver 2 pilots in Australia led by Our Watch, but that only represents a tiny piece of the work happening in Australia. In many of our states and territories, they are supporting thousands of their schools to do this work. In particular in Victoria, my state, there is a really fantastic work that's taking place as a whole education system to do this work. I want to quickly talk about what we did in one pilot, which is with the younger children, the ages 6 to 8 years old. We worked with 18 schools over a couple of years of a period. We worked very closely with their principal, their school leader, and all their staff, delivering training for them to understand what is violence against women and what is primary prevention. And then together with them, we crafted what is their role in this, what is their responsibility. We looked at an organizational change approach, so understanding where the school was at culturally in being able to do this work and reaching with them at that stage and helping them move along. And then we worked very intensely with teachers that had classrooms of those age groups 6 to 8 years old, and we delivered very intensive support to those teachers to then be able to deliver curriculum to those age groups. And alongside that, we did an evaluation of what was the change in those students during that period. These students, they're pre-literate, they can't do a survey, it's not a written survey, so we had to design a pictorial survey that could be administered with enough integrity behind it and consistency to be able to measure change. And what we found from our evaluation was there was this statistically significant change in the students, so 6 to 8 year olds, in their attitudes to what occupation boys, girls, men, women could do, and attitude change in activity as well. So we saw that this actually did change that driver and change that experience. more importantly, we saw these qualitative changes where teachers were being challenged by their 7-year-old student for, why don't you have more girl YouTubers in the YouTubers you shared with us in our class today? Students saying that they didn't like school because they didn't feel comfortable there, but now that they're doing respectful relationships education, they feel more comfortable being at school. And that children were learning to develop more literacy around describing but not sort of jumping to stereotypical kind of comebacks when someone was crying and saying you're a girl or you're gay, that they're developing much more complex ways of being able to support each other with that. I'm going to stop because I am conscious of time, but we have a number of resources that are available on our website, and I'll make sure that that's available. And I really look forward to hearing from you and from the other speakers tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was presentation delivered by Kara Gleason. Thank you very much for the presentation. The primary prevention, which was drawn into the river, that was very insightful. And but despite the insightfulness of the presentation, I have to move along because as moderator, I need to be mindful of the time. We are going to now move on to the next presentation.
We hope that the next presentation will also be about 20 minutes. Redefining gender norms has been referred to by Kara Gleason as well, and this presentation is going to be about deriving a positive change in violence against women, redefining gender norms. And this presentation will be given by the feminist civil society organization in Sweden, MAN. So it's a non-profit organization for eradication of violence against women. The chairperson of MAN, Mr. Shahab Ahmadian, will be presenting for us.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share the screen. Like that. Okay. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to speak at this event, and maybe I can start. My name is Shahab Ahmadian, and I'm the president of the organization MEN in Sweden, which is a non-governmental, non-profit organization, and our work is based on methods of violence prevention. Now, I have to start also by saying, like, I don't speak for women because I feel like it's not my place to speak to women, for women and to women, because they do it so much better than me. So what I'm doing is I try to speak to men, and I also try to have like more simple language, because I learned that when you have that, people listen to you and feel like they're part of the conversation. And when I use like academic words, often they feel like the conversation is more about me, me bragging about the knowledges and the words. But what we want to do is we want to involve men to be a part of a positive change regarding this destructive masculinity norms. And the organization started back in 1993, and still to this day, we are the only social movement in Sweden that gathers men against violence. And we are also the largest organization in Sweden working with masculinity. We have about 40 employees, full-time employees working for us. And I'm going to speak to you today from mostly based by knowledge from two projects that we had. So I'm not going to speak for the whole organization. Okay, let's start. So when we talk about men's violence, men often get defensive Many men contacts us to tell us that like not all men use violence, not all men rapes, not all men are terrible father figures, and they even have a hashtag for it, calling it's hashtag not all men. And the thing is that we never said none of those things. We didn't say all men are part of the problem. What we are saying is all men can be part of a solution. Equal rights and equal opportunities is not a matriarch society. In fact, it's about men's well-being too. Men are expected to die in wars. 70% of all suicides are men. Most people that live in homelessness, that have problems with alcohol and drugs are men. Over 90% of the prison population are men. So the question is this the manhood that we want to defend? Manhood is just a social code. It's an agreement amongst men, and we can change it to be something better. At least the social aspect of it. I don't know the biology, but we broke up with nature like 250 years ago. We're on the path of killing the nature now. So what about the way we live is natural? I bet you most of it is social. I'm not denying like the studies of how our brains works and how different chemicals affects our brains, but I wonder why so many men, when we speak to them, refers to biology and often compares themselves to the lion male. It's very usual. And that has to mean something. Is that the way we see ourselves? Or maybe it's what we feel is expected from us men to live up to? You don't hear a man comparing himself to a seabird or a panda. And that's strange because pandas are really strong and everybody loves them. But we don't have an understanding of them dominating through fear and through violence. And changing the traditional masculinity norms is about changing this agreement amongst men. It's not about only stopping the violence against women, it's also about men's well-being. And we have like 2,500 members that have joined our movement. And often they tell us like that they feel happier, that they have been given a better self-understanding, that they are discovering a deeper, more meaningful relationship with their friends, family, and with their children. And the thing is like the women's rights movement started about 150 years ago. That's 150 years of experience, knowledge, and patience. But if we talk about us men, we recently discovered that we are men. We just found out that maybe manhood is a code that we are all raised into, that the way we walk, talk, act, and dress is all part of this code of masculinity. And maybe this affects the way that we see the world and the way that we look at ourselves. We're just starting to have this conversation amongst men. And women, on the other hand, they had this conversation 150 years ago. And there's a saying that the fish is the last one to detect the water. This is where it all started for me, in a project called Fatta man, which means get it man in Swedish. This is a picture from a famous hip hop artist in Sweden. We were touring with them around the country and talking about masculinity norms. And before this project, I was a journalist. I was working with developing journalistic methods for grassroots storytelling by building platforms and giving the necessary tools to the youth so they can tell their own stories, because I believe that telling your own story is about controlling your own reality. And after a few years, I got the opportunity to start Sweden's first prison radio. And this was the first time that I started to think about masculinity. From the outside, the story was about like the beast, the drugs, the crimes, that's what we see. But when you work with them from the inside, the story was about insecurities, about feeling trapped in how the world sees you. So they told me about discover, about acting brave on the outside, fighting with guns and knives because the scared little boy inside of them is afraid of showing his feelings. And they told me that they have to act hard to keep that little boy safe. And I asked them, safe from what? From who? Is it society, your family? And they said, no, it's from the other boys. So I was confused. So you're telling me like, you're playing this role of this bad boy that does not represent you as a person, but as soon as you step out of character, you are ready to bully him back in line. We call this the crab mentality. Like if you put a crab in a bucket, it will climb out. But if you put a group of crabs in the same bucket, they're going to stay put. Not because they don't want to climb out, it's because the other crabs will pull you back in to the bucket. And they will keep you in your place, and they will preserve the order. And the order of masculinity works in the same way. The only difference is that the crabs understand that the limits of the bucket, while we see ourselves as free individuals. And the order, And just when I was in this process of discovering masculinity, I jumped on board in this project, Fataman, as a project manager. And we were 3 guys being hired by the women's rights movement to do the dirty work. So they gave us a mission. They said, your job is to find a way to communicate to other men about sexual violence and keep us women out of it, address it as a man issue. Now, this was 7 years ago. Before Me Too and all of that. So men wasn't part of the conversation. They're still not a part of the conversation, but it was even scarier back then. So we objected and we was like, no, that's impossible. you can't do that. And they told us like, listen, we've been doing this for free. We are paying you to do this. So I took it there like a man and I went home and cried. And as a journalist, communicating is what I know best. I think like the knowledge and the theoretical analysis is half the job, and the other half is how to communicate it. And starting out, we had to understand how the issue is a man issue. And that was the easy part, because in Sweden we have about 100 cases of sexual violence per day, and 97% of the offenders are men. So if we look at the numbers, we can see that we have a structural society problem and that we can identify a responsible group. And the next question we asked ourselves was like, how do we communicate to men about this? That was the hard part, because men can't talk about sexual violence without a man, because we can't see ourselves in that conversation. I don't know if you have ever seen the headline, we often have it here in Sweden, like women got raped in park. And this is like one of the main issues, that the headline is focusing on the victim and the offender is invisible and he's a stranger. But in reality, like in most cases, the victim and the offender knows each other, and the most common place is indoors, not in a park. So if we have to like change our focus and address the issue, say like let's change the headline to "Man raped someone in the park," it's still the same story. Trust me, I'm the journalist, I should know. It's still the same story, but the difference is that the focus is now on the offender. And we can start to address the problem by holding him responsible for his actions. Like when we have the headline, woman got raped, the focus is on her, so is our perspective. And we start to questioning her actions. Some will wonder if she had been drinking or what she was wearing. Others doesn't say that doesn't matter, but we need to protect her. Maybe she should bring a friend, or maybe she should go self-defense classes, or have this rape whistle pipe to signal for help. But now let's change the headline to "Man raped in park." Remember, it's the same story. The difference is our focus will be on him. So who is he? Why is he doing this? Maybe he should bring a friend to prevent him from raping, or maybe he should go self-control classes, or maybe he should buy that stupid whistle pipe to warn his victims. And this is why men can't see themselves in this conversation, because they don't feel like they don't exist in that story. For men, the question of sexual violence is a woman issue. So we started a conversation about men's culture. As kids growing up, we listen to stories about the prince and the princess, and the prince always is the active one, being the hero, killing the dragon with his sword. And we award him for his achievement with the princess. This is one of the biggest parts of manhood, that we believe that we have to achieve something. Even Hollywood is the same. Like it's most common that the man is the hero. I know the narrative's starting to change now, but still, it's still the majority of it is the man is the hero. Like even like the alcoholic, loser, ex-cop type of guy that is a terrible father figure in desperate need for some anger management treatment. We make movies of him saving the world. Like we confirm that he's a complex being, and that despite his flaws, he's the good guy. And in the end, when he has saved the world by using violence, of course, we award him with a woman, we award him with sex. Do you see the pattern? Like we are raised into a culture that encourages dominance, and we are programmed to believe that our achievement can be awarded with sex. So no wonder everything is a competition for boys. It's like a boys' game over status and domination. And if our minds can be programmed to connect achievements to deserving sex, it means that we believe that we can own somebody else's sexuality. We don't believe that women have a sexual free will. And this is the culture, the masculine culture behind sexual violence. And this is the conversation we can have amongst men. We can see ourselves in this context. So to spread this analysis, to spread this conversation, we used popular culture, and we started to produce content with famous men as role models. These pictures are some examples of it. Where we produced a podcast where well-known men talk to each other about their personal processes with masculinity norms, and from that we developed a conversation method so other men can have similar conversation with their friends. We call the concept guys dinner. And together with the Swedish National TV, we produced 4 short films that was based on stories that we collected from young men. The subjects of the films was violence, relationship, sexual violence, and friendship. And we also produced a poetry slam video with famous artists. We developed pedagogical materials for teachers to use in schools. We made posters, social media campaigns. We sold t-shirts and hoodies. We were everywhere in a way. And of course, we made a rap song called It Starts With Me. That was our slogan. And we went to on a national tour with these artists to spread the message through film screenings, through panel discussions with the artists at club scenes, like before the concert took place. Who said changing the world must be boring? I don't have the time to show you all the materials, but I think I want to show you the music video. Hope this will work now.
Mamma gråt en flod, mamma gråt en flod. Men slagen var inte hårda nog. Vad är priset för att bli en man? Betala vad som helst för att inte bli som han. Inga män i mitt liv, bara jag och mina boys. Det var det dyrt med ett ord som nej. Ett bättre pris på att bli som dem. Inte råd att bli som kvinnorna fostrat mig. Samma väg att gå hem, men när jag går bakom dig springer du ifrån mig. Ser mig som ett hot, ser mig runt och jag förstår dig. Var det ens värt, springer kapp, men det förlåt mig. Skit och förlåt, du vill ha ansvar. Gjort fucked up skit med det fucked up bild av vad det man var. Pappa gråt en flod, pappa gråt en flod. Ja, du hörde mig, ditt arv dör med dig.
Jag något annat än ett tvång. Kunna andas, var mig själv. Fast någon annan. Var mig själv. Fast någon annan.
Jag badar i skulderna varje dag. När du ser mig så ser du bort, jag förstår dig för jag är van. Har legat med så många, det verkar som halva stan. Så många lögner som jag gett, det är klart att du gav dig av, jag förstår. Vårt förhållande, det blev som ett krig. Och vi sköt ner varandra för att hitta sanningen i. Varför jag fann det enklare att vara intim med någon som jag inte känner hellre än att prata känslor. För vem vill vara med någon som kan vara så kall? Det här är inget som jag säger för att få dig på fall. Men jag har fattat att jag måste jobba med mig själv. Och såklart en del av mig vill följa med dig hem. Jag balanserar på linan mellan det som har varit och det som kommer bli min framtid. Känns som Harleys. De säger att mönstret är svårt att bryta. Alla kedjor som jag burit kommer ryka. Det börjar med mig.
I think I have to stop there. But you can, it's all there. You can search for Fataman and you will find it. So after this, we went viral. I actually, honestly, don't know what happened. Like we were in all newspapers, and we were on like radio stations, TV channels. We held workshops in the Swedish parliament. It was crazy. And it was very unfair too, I think, because it was because we were men. Like women have been doing this for 100 years and they haven't received that much attention for it. So in a way, we just had made a rap video, and all of a sudden we're part of this like Western colonial machinery flying around the world and on international assignments for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to represent Sweden's gender equality policy. I didn't even know that politicians listen to rap music. And our strategy was to communicate to to men as a group. We talked about how the culture of the culture, how we are holding up the culture of masculinity together. And whether or not we act out as oppressors, we can subconsciously legitimize oppression without having bad intentions. And we succeeded in engaging men. I mean, there was so many men that wanted to be involved as activists that we had to say stop. We didn't have the resources to receive more. But as we sat down and we analyzed the spreading and the targets groups, we could see that the men who got involved belonged to the same group of men. So we started to look at what they had in common. And the pattern that we saw was that they were middle class, white, with an urban perspective, and they often had an academic background. Now, don't get me wrong, we're not ungrateful for the commitment, but we wanted to change the world, not to start a gentleman's club. So the question was like, why did this particular group of men come to us? Is it because they are better than other men, a bit more educated and civilized? Or maybe this is the group that has the least to lose by engaging in the gender equality movement. if you look at their social environment, this group is given status. They are uplifted and applauded as the modern man. And the problem is, like, when you gain status you start feeling like you're the good guy. You start like comparing yourself to other men. You feel like you're the good guy. You're not like those savages in the working class or on the countryside. So you can say that some of these guys even were using the women's rights movement to gain personal status and dominate.
Sorry, could you show
men.
the PowerPoint again?
Imagine that.
Sorry, could you show the PowerPoint again?
You can even dominate through values of gender equality. So when we realized this, we had to like start, okay, we was like, okay, which are the target groups, the groups of men that we did not reach, that we failed to reach and involve. And that was men that are not white, men that are from the working class, and men from the countryside. And like we asked ourselves, why did we fail to reach them? And the answer is simple. It's because these groups are the ones that has the most to lose by did I stop sharing? I don't know what happened. I have to push the button. Scary. You saw me in the big picture. Where was I? Like these are the ones that has most to lose. Like you lose risking your social status. You lose being excluded by your own group, not because the group doesn't believe in gender equality. It's because they have other needs that they feel is going to be denied if they engage themselves in our movement. So to include all men, we started this new project, The Man and the Myth. Remember that what I told you, like 50% of the job is the knowledge and 50% is the communication. And if a rap video didn't do it, then we have to broaden our perspectives. And the project Man and the Myth aims to study how masculinity relates to other forms of status, relates to other systems of status. And the work, we worked like for 3 years with men in social environments that was the furthest away from being a part of the gender equality movement. Why does this keep happening? I'm sorry. Like that, okay.
Shaha?
Yes?
Yes, almost end of the presentation, I believe.
Okay. How much time do I have?
Actually, you went over time.
Did I?
A bit over. Can you please wrap up then?
Okay, I wrap it up. How do I wrap this up? Okay, but the thing was like, when doing this project, we realized like, to include all men, we have to acknowledge that we, as men, we play on different terms and with different conditions. And only then can we talk as to men as a group. And I feel like that's the way to, like, we have to meet people where they stand, and we have to meet them in their struggle, because we can use that experience to create an understanding for other people's struggles. Because I believe like the feeling of oppression is the same on a psychosocial level, that I have no idea what it means to be a woman. I've never been a woman, but I can relate to the feeling of oppression. Okay, maybe I can stop there. I thought I had 30 minutes. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. 20분이었죠 원래 주어진 시간.
Actually, it was 20 minutes. Sorry, 20 minutes.
아마디안 의장님 너무 발표 감사하고요.
Thank you so much,
맨이라는 기관이
Shab Ahmadian, for your presentation. And this MAN organization is really famous. I always wanted to reach out to MAN. And I can tell why you have gained so much attention. Your organization has gained so much attention. So men, talking to men about masculinity.
남성들도 피해를 보기도 하죠.
Men can also be victims of gender norms. We would have loved to hear more.
중간에 말릴 수가 없었습니다.
And I'm sorry that we weren't able to give more time for your presentation. Now we will invite our two discussants.
So we have with us Jung-hae Kim, Associate Research Fellow of Korean Women's Development Institute, who will be our first discussant in this session. Hello, I am Jung-hae Kim, and I am going to discuss education, which is relevant to the presentation by the Australian speaker. The Korean education, or actually Australian education example is an example that we are very interested in. Australian approach is focused on the primary prevention, and also you have a longer term outlook, and I think that is very significant for us to learn from. In our approach to gender-based violence, we are focused on the of the 3P model. We are focused mostly on prosecution and punishment. And we are focused on strengthening punishment for the offenders, and also there are efforts to strengthen victim support. So these two have been the focus of our approaches thus far. But prevention was not given enough weight in Korea. Of course, there are schools and other institutions where preventive efforts need to take place, but we have not been very effective in doing so. The prevention is being delivered by trainers, but these trainers have not been specialized in actually dealing with the gender-based violence in the context of broader gender equality. And right now there's a lot of backlash against feminist movements, and the existing gender-based violence prevention education is rather limited. And the instructors who need to deliver the gender-based violence prevention education, they face this backlash, and they're also criticized for putting men or depicting men as potential offenders. And also many people are saying, there is no more gender discrimination. That's history, and the situation is different now. So these types of criticism and resistance is faced by the instructors all on their own. So with such backlash, it's very difficult to deliver education. And we also need to think about what sort of personal views the educator holds and what sort of competency the educators have. And I think the limitation of the gender-based violence prevention education has been affected not just by the backlash, but limited ability and sometimes the personal views of the educator themselves. Now, we really need to focus on why gender-based violence is different from the other forms of violence and how we need to respond to gender-based violence differently. So that's very important. But in the past, we have been focusing more on the so-called safer issues about the laws and how the cases are handled. And oftentimes, the gender-based violence is not depicted as gender-based violence per se, but some sort of violence that is experienced equally by all genders. And then we really are led to focus just on whether an act of violence constitutes a crime or not, without enough attention given to the gendered aspect of it. And this sort of education could also lead to just simply reinforcing women as a group of vulnerable people who need to be protected. And the broad-based gender-based violence that occur every day is trivialized. And so at the same time, the women may be viewed by others as a group that needs to be avoided in terms of direct interaction, because this may lead to misunderstanding and some sort of gender-based violence issue may arise. And so there are different types of gender-based violence, such as violence in the family and IPV, but even in the case of where men are victims, oftentimes in the educational programs, because we are losing out on the gendered aspect of the violence, oftentimes we are not getting balanced view about what is actually happening, and it becomes very difficult to have adequate recognition for the gendered aspect of violence. And sometimes the gender-based violence often is reduced to something that happens to an individual and is not viewed as coming from a socio-structural background. And this is why it is very important that we focus on gender equality as an important aspect of solving the gender-based violence. And we really need to promote gender equality as an important part of this education. But because of the backlash, we have not been able to adequately incorporate that into the educational programs. And this is why we also need to provide better support to the educators. We need to be able to provide an environment where the educator can feel safe to deliver education about preventing gender-based violence. And we also need to have greater diversity of educators involved in this. Because gender-based violence education is basically questioning the existing gender norms, so the instructor must also be led to review one's own perspective and reflect on one's own potential biases or norms, because the instructor has also been living through a social structure where gender discrimination had pervaded. So we also need to take the approach where all participants in the educational program can feel safe rather than feel at risk of potentially be criticized as a perpetrator. And we also need to have a network where best practices in terms of educational approach and pedagogies can be shared. And we also need to integrate gender-based violence prevention education into the regular curriculum, because if it's just a one-off class activity, then you don't have this continuity to really evolve the education to meet the various needs of growing students. So students end up receiving the same type of content and they feel like we've heard this before. And so we really need to have a better integration of gender-based violence prevention into the regular curriculum, which means the teachers also need to be supported so that they can effectively deal with this content and have it deliver it in an integrated manner with the regular curriculum. And we need to support the teachers to be skilled at delivering such content. And as the previous speaker mentioned, there is a whole-of-school approach in Australia, and the local community also takes part in the educational program. Well, in Korea, we also have we also try to incorporate we feel that we need to incorporate more of content that's based on life experiences so that what's learned in the school can also be exercised outside of school and in the homes. And in this respect, not just the teachers, but also the caregivers, the parents, also need to be supported and maybe engaged in this process of educating the students. And we also need to take a socio-structural approach. So we need to take a critical examination of the power structure in the community. When we focus just on the individual, our education will be designed to just change the mindset of a single individual. But if we take into consideration that gender-based violence is a socio-structural phenomenon, we need to take a different approach. But at the same time, if we say that this is a structural problem, then sometimes it may be taken to mean that an individual cannot do anything about it because it's so ingrained in the structure. But we need to talk about the representation of women in organization and society, what sort of position women have or girls have in schools and other organizations, what sort of gender roles are assigned to girls and women and men and boys. So we need to address all these aspects because this is very important to the prevention of gender-based violence. While it seems easier to just focus on changing the individual's mindset, we also need to attempt to change the socio-cultural structures that are at the basis of this problem. So while in the past we have taken the so-called safer route of delivering some knowledge about laws and procedures, we also need to complement this by taking a critical look at the society and structure as part of the educational process. And when that effectively happens, then we are able to teach children that it's not an individual's problem, it's a problem that's rooted in society. And the responsibility rests with the community as well as the individual. And there's the bystander intervention approach. So we need to foster this person who is neither a victim nor a perpetrator, but who can actually take action to help those at risk. So the bystander can raise questions about discriminatory practices that creates an environment that is conducive to violence, and also So what benefits does this fostering bystander intervention have? This actually engage men in violence prevention, not as the perpetrator, but as an effective bystander, and can challenge the culture that condones sexual violence. So in order to place men not in the position of the perpetrator, sometimes the men are positioned as a potential helper of a woman at risk. But that may be effective in keeping men from feeling offended, but it's not going to be effective in bringing about a change towards a true gender equality. So we need to take a very wise approach when we foster bystander intervention. And but we also know that gender-based violence take place in various forms and are sometimes so much a part of daily life that it's very difficult to spot and react to. So we need to look into what needs to be delivered as part of the bystander promotion approach. And for example, the elements that can help promote bystander intervention include knowledge about gender-based violence, ability and skills to effectively intervene, and also the relationship with the victim, and sense of responsibility to end gender-based violence, and absence of distrust of the victim, confidence in the community, confidence in official procedures and decision makers, and norms shared by the community, and the possibility of getting support from members of the community. So all of these elements are key to fostering bystander intervention. And so such bystander intervention fostering should also focus not just on the individual, but should be conducted in a socio-cultural context and should also be linked to other aspects of gender-based violence prevention education. Thank you very much, Ms. Kim, for your presentation. The education for the prevention of gender-based violence is rather limited in Korea. It's very difficult to conduct that, but she has provided very good recommendations for improving the education.
From Diversity Korea, we will hear Mr. Ji-hak Kim's presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Ji-hak Kim. I'm a representative of Diversity Korea. I know that you've been waiting for my presentation, and it's a great honor for me to be speaking in this symposium. So I would like to share with you how I am actually doing education on the field, because I believe in the power and the impact of education. Many speakers today were focusing on the prevention, the importance of prevention, and I also believe that prevention is going to be most important. From UN Women, Melissa Alvarado also said that 7 strategies were detailed under the acronym RESPECT, and in the diversity training that I would like to share with you also addresses all of those RESPECTs. Empowerment, making a safe environment, changing the norms about environment and social norms, and practicing equal relations, and taking a structural view, looking at the nation and the society. And this shouldn't be just a rote learning, but we should have various activities and games to be played to learn these. And violence and discrimination should be understood as something that pertains to oneself, because people won't try to solve problems of other people, and it is most important to make citizens feel that these problems are my own problem. So for the minority and for the women, diversity training, I am quite confident that diversity training will reduce the violence and discrimination against women and other minorities. So if you think about the training and education to prevent violence against women, what are you reminded of? Usually,
it focuses on lectures that deliver how women are suffering violence at the hands of men. 96-97% of the perpetrators are men. So men became the target of such education. And if we let them understand that the situation is so dire, then they will surely change. But one shortcoming here is that gender equality and sexuality education, to be able to better explore oneself's identity, is not being brought into the education. Of course, the existing campaigns and education programs to prevent violence against women are being, there's a lot of pushback from the men, and men are always saying that you shouldn't look at us as a potential perpetrator. So I would like to share with you what I found really effective in terms of education. First is, don't start from the point of violence and discrimination against women. We should raise the sensitivity against violence and discrimination and then go deeper into violence and discrimination against women. So at a boys' school, the boys were using discriminatory language against women teachers. And so I was hired to give a training session there, an education training there. And one boy told me in that session, before I started anything, that you shouldn't view us as potential perpetrators. And the other boys were giggling around them. So I asked them what is most disturbing about the violence cases, stories they hear. And the fact that the perpetrator was a man was most disturbing to the boys. So this shows that they're identifying with the perpetrator because they are of the same gender. And we have to focus on who are we going to target these education, what are we going to talk about, and in what ways we're going to talk about it. So the first case, if you fall back in your group at a school trip and you were able to catch up with your teacher and classmates in the middle of the hill, I was slapped in the face by my teacher, and my teacher told me that I have to keep alert and don't lose your way. And second case, I want to be a painter, and my parents tells me that I should become a doctor because it's a better way to make a living. And so I just doze off in class. I really can't concentrate in class because it's so boring. And third case, I went to do my military service. I was told to change my clothes within 30 seconds and take a shower within 1 minute. They were asking us to do impossible things. And after I was dispatched to a particular location in my military service, I was forced all things that I didn't want to do. And every one of the people, the boys were listening, were able to identify with the people who were oppressed. They were saying that violence in the military is a problem, and people aren't able to make complaints, and it's a societal and structural issue. And the participants, these boys, were told that I experienced all of this. And when I was experienced all of this, I asked them why couldn't I raise issue with this. And the response of the participants was to talk about what they would do if they were in the same situation. So they said that they would report about the situation, and better training and education and awareness raising should be done across society and in military. And then this is the process that we go through before we focus on sexual violence cases. And no students at that point were saying that the perpetrator was wrongly accused. the understanding among the participants was that voices have to be raised and a culture of equality should be promoted. And then I asked the participants what makes it difficult to report such cases of discrimination or violence. And the answer was the different power hierarchy and the power relations at the workplace. And then I add on the point that the power relations between men and women. And many women are not able to raise their voices after they suffer sexual violence, and they are also exposed to secondary violation. And what the things we have to do and what the things we can do to solve this situation. And I stress once again that a world without violence is better for me and you, and the students were all in agreement. My second method of approach is start with topics that participants can relate to and are interested in. If you talk with young students, they talk about school rules, about getting good grades, about how to look better, and they look at discrimination and oppression, and what kind of cultures are reinforcing such oppression and discrimination, and ask them what role they are playing in that structure. Young students see that the institutions and cultures is about ageism, about capitalism, about placing much value on good schools. And they say that the adults are enforcing this kind of lifestyle, and at the same time, they are the perpetrators of the same culture to their peers. And this is really important. Then we connect the discussion to gender-based violence. They can understand that they are also upholding the system. If we talk about gender equality to men, in whichever age group you are talking to, men will always talk about the mandatory military service, and they say that they are being violated as much and abused as much as women are. And the perpetrator of this, the question should be raised against the government instead of women. And we can see that boys are very interested in the fact that they have to do military service on a mandatory basis. And we have to acknowledge that there are many problems with the military service. And this has to be solved. We have to agree with them that there are many issues with the military service, and we have to solve this. And we have to ask questions instead of making statements, because I myself believe that military service has a lot of issues. What are the issues? I would ask them. We are forced to go. Only guys go. Those are the answers that we always see from the audience. And I ask them, how should we solve them? Then the boys will say, women should go too. Then I ask them, if women also go to do military service, then will men be released from that service requirement? Will that solve all of the issues? Then the boys look crestfallen. Draft and voluntary service, changing from draft to voluntary service, that decision can be made by politicians. And then we lead on with the discussion to the ceasefire agreement and end of war declaration, and that has to be done by the president and Kim Jong-un. Then I ask them the question, who should be asked to solve the question? Now, if the boys are able to understand where the fundamental cause lies, then they can see now the issue lies with the different perpetrator.
And the most difficult type of sexuality education is about sex trafficking, because the participants really don't understand the issue. They think that this is a capitalist society. Everyone relies on the capitalist perspective, and so paying to get sex in exchange, that seems to make perfect sense for them. So we have to bring in the gender perspectives and feminist perspectives and re-socialize them to make them understand that sex trafficking is a form of violence. And this is a sentence I begin with when I'm doing sex trafficking anti-education. My sentence is, I will pay you. And exchange, you have to do whatever I want you to do. I gave them this sentence, and I asked them what it reminds them of. Then they say that it's about power relations at work. So because the boss is paying, the boss owns the employee. So they remind of the situation. And they relate to that. And they can relate to capitalism and violence. And then later on, further down the discussion, they can understand issues, the problem in sex trafficking, and why sex trafficking, why paying for sex from women is a structural and gender violence issue. And third is, at Diversity Korea, we do a lot of dialogue and discussion and games and activity to make understand the problems of discrimination. So we have the right to be protected for our rights on social class and identity and age, and there are all kinds of identity training programs at a camp that we have. In the morning, we talk about how youngsters are discriminated against because of ageism, and in the afternoon, we play games to make the participants understand the tyranny of merit, and then we talk about how non-disabled people might discriminate against disabled. And the next day, we play games that put students in the shoes of people that are discriminated against based on gender identity. And they are put in the shoes of many people who are oppressed against. And so the boys can understand, just because women are women, women are suffering discrimination and oppression because of the patriarchal and capitalism structure. Because boys can relate to the discrimination and oppression and violence when they are placed in different personas. And then next, we have to make sure that the participants understand the entire gender structure and the diverse forms of gender-based violence that take place within that structure. So there's the binary sexuality and the gender norms and the cisgender and the heterosexuality-centric culture and the ideology of the norm of a normal family where men and women should get married. It should be only men and women who get married and should always have children. And the state has to provide rights to education and residence and food. But currently, caregiving is put on the shoulders of women, and the belief is instilled that women are better at caregiving, at child rearing, and men have to provide for their wives and children. And all of the labor issues are grouped as something that men have to put up with because they are manly men. And we have sessions that make students understand the violence and the oppression of the masculinity myth and how it impacts them, how it is harmful for them, and how it makes them act towards other people such as women. And that discussion is opened up. So gender-based violence, its roots are revealed and how it impacts me is understood. Non-feminine women and unmasculine men, non-cis heterosexual, non-binary, and what is considered as a not standard family, all kinds of violence that is imposed on them, afflicted on them, how it relates to myself, how it might impact myself, is explored by the participants. And last and most important, so what is the role that I have to play is asked of the participants. What can I do? What do I have to do? What do I have to demand from the society? That has to be explored before the program is over. You have to recognize that you are part of that structural operation, and to make ruptures in that structure, what I can do, what I am able to do, has to be understood at the end of the program. To make a world without violence, the small things that I can do, the role that I can play, and what social help that I need to be able to fulfill that role have to be discovered. And some students say that they will watch the YouTube videos of Diversity Korea, and they will share content with their friends and family, and they will tell their friends not to use discriminatory insults and profanity, and media and public education system has to be changed. This is also another thing that students come up. Oppression, discrimination, and violence comes from societal structures, and because I am part of that structure, I am also responsible for the change. That has to be understood. So we are not just, we have a lot of identities. We don't have only gender identity, but also other identities, and we have to look at the power trade path, and education has to provide opportunities to explore that. Women should not be understood as sexualized objects, and that is the main point. That has to be understood, and this shouldn't be just drilled into boys. It's not going to work. What has to be done is to make boys understand that there are experience, they can experience to relate to women as a fellow human being. Thank you.
That was a very passionate presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, for that. That is right.
So yes, raising sensibility and making students realize is very important, and that is what we are currently lacking in our current education system. But thank you for sharing the ways that you are developing to address this issue. So we were supposed to end the session at 5:30, but since we're late anyway, we'd just like to take some questions from the floor. So questions might be for any of the four speakers, the two presenters and the two discussants. Our participants or presenters from overseas are also waiting for questions online. Do we have any questions from the floor? If you don't have any questions from floor, then Ms. Kim.
I have a question about the Australian presentation. You talked about there are the institutions. There were institutions that supported the schools and local community to interact in education. So of course we do have cases where the local community members are integrated into the education, or the teachers are sent to the local community organizations to deliver some sort of education, but this is not a general practice. So I want to understand how is networking done and what sort of support you provided to the schools in order for there to be a more expansion of education into the local community.
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I think you, in your presentation also, you touched on backlash experienced within the school to the teachers, but also at the community level. And it has been a really important focus that we've had on the pilots to be equipping the schools, the teachers, the principals, even the parents that are heavily involved to be able to talk about this work in a way that's not alienating and that reduces resistance or backlash. And some of that is about creating a safe space for teachers and principals who are leading the work, but it's also an education program. In terms of working with community organisations, it differs from our pilots. We sought to create quite formal structures with crisis and response organisations, because of course, as soon as you start doing prevention work, you'll have disclosures from students, from teachers, from families who are, from women who are experiencing violence. And so making sure that there was more formal structures and well-established structures so that they could receive the support that they needed. In terms of the work that's taken place in Victoria, one of the states in Australia, the education system set up a workforce and each sort of geographical region had two highly skilled people. One person was focused on supporting the school around the prevention work and helping and upskilling teachers and principals to understand that piece of work, while the other person their role was around being support to connect to community organisations. And sometimes that was response organisations, but also sort of reaching out into those adjacent community services or sport and rec that exist within the school community as well. And I hope that answers your question.
네, 감사합니다. 혹시 또 질문이 있을까요?
Thank you very much. Do you have another question? I think we could take one more question. Yes, please. Microphone, please. I am representing the Embassy of Sweden in Sweden. It is the first country to declare feminist foreign policy, and my work is public diplomacy. And when we're doing public diplomacy, I work, of course, in the Swedish embassy, but I am a Korean. And when I'm trying to deliver to Korea, we always had lectures that lectured to change your perspective, and we would bring in male panels and tell them to please speak in this way to the male audience. And we found that it wasn't really effective because people who were interested, only people who were interested in the first place would listen. So my question is for Shahab Ahmadian. My question is for you. Thank you for your presentation earlier. So we'd like to take your idea. We actually took your idea, and we had the Global Guide talk hosted by the Swedish Embassy, our ambassador, and Swedish fathers and Korean fathers, and soon-to-be married Korean men. A total of 4 panels were brought together. And we talked about the hardships and the good things about men bringing up their own children. And the conclusion was that both genders, both men and women, would be able to contribute to child rearing and breadwinning as well. So that was sort of the indirect message that we were trying to deliver. And we used the media, and we were able to reach a wider audience. But we're always looking for brilliant ideas like yours. Because I'm a woman, I always trying to look for activities and ways to frame the message that would get across to men. And my question to Shahab, among your many activities and the work and the projects you have done, which was the most successful? Could you share with us another example of a very successful project that was able to reach the men very well, resonate with the men very well?
I'm sorry, but I didn't get the translation. So I heard my name and I heard Sweden. Can like anybody translate just a question. It was really long.
The questioner is from the Swedish embassy, and I think to put it very short, I think she wants to know about one of your best practices where you engaged men in order to communicate with other men, right? Which has not been introduced in your examples. Any successful ones, recent ones?
Of course, yeah. I mean, fatherhood is like the best, one of the best methods to engage men. Like something happens with men when we get children. It's like a opening for. It's opening space for taking part of something else and being like caring and stepping out of those that's masculine character that we are used to. So it's very important. Like we have different father groups in Sweden, and it's very important to keep men there because a lot of men also get afraid because we're not used to it. We're not trained to have a caring role. So when we get there, a lot of men gets afraid and they want to flee. That's why we have a lot of terrible fathers. So we have to keep that's one of our strategies of reaching out to men that's his fathers.
아주 구체적인 그런 예시는 아니었지만 그 아버지들을 좀
Yes, we were actually looking for something more specific in terms of projects, but we can see that there were many projects that were focusing on fatherhood. So I'm sorry that we weren't able to take a lot of questions, and I believe that we still have a lot of questions that we want answered. Now we saw various organizations and many resources have been shared in the presentation. So the fact that we were able to gain those links and resources is going to be helpful for us. We would like to close this session at this point. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn over the microphone to the MC. Thank you for your presentations and your discussions. So the second session was moderated by Director Harim Cho, and from Australia, Director Kara Gleason, and Chairperson Shab Ahmadian from Sweden, and Associate Research Fellow Ken, and Representative Chia Kim. Thank you very much for your participation. So we were able to broaden our horizons and look for actual practical application to better protect and prevent violence against women and protect the victims. So we were able to listen to 4 presenters and 4 discussants, and I would also like to thank the participants in person and online. With that, I would like to announce the closing of the 2022 International Symposium on Prevention of Violence Against Women. Thank you.